8. Cellan's Meridian. In October 1960, the German Academy for Language and Literature in Darmstadt made what might seem to be a highly peculiar decision. It presented the prestigious Georg Büchner Prize I for Literature to the 40-year-old poet Paul Celan, a man who had never spent any appreciable amount of time living in an officially German-speaking country. Celan was born in 1920 over 1,000 kilometers east of Darmstadt, in the city of Czernowitz in the Bukovina. Bukovina had been the most easterly province of the Austro-Hungarian Empire between the late 18th century and the end of World War I. In 1918 it was made part of the newly enlarged Kingdom of Romania. Today it is part of Ukraine. Celan's parents belonged to the German-speaking Jewish minority of. I am very grateful to the postgraduate students in the interdisciplinary M.Phil program in intellectual history and political thought at Cambridge who asked me to convene a seminar on literature and political history, Lenz, Buchner, Mandelstam, Celan, in Lent and Easter terms 2004, during the course of which I was able to articulate the basic themes of this paper. Phil Poole and John Reddy gave me a chance to try out some of the ideas in this paper in public at a session in the Torriano World Poetry Series at Torriano House, London, in April 2005. I would also like to thank my colleagues Zeev Emmerich for numerous helpful suggestions, Professor Fred Rush for inviting me to present this paper as one of the Notre Dame Philosophy and Literature Lectures, 2005-6, and Professor Robert von Hallberg, who kindly invited me to present the paper in the History and Forms of Lyric lecture series at the University of Chicago. I learned much from the audience on these occasions. One in 1923, the Volksstadt Hessen, as it then was, decided it would award a prize in the name of the writer and political revolutionary Georg Büchner to an especially meritorious Hessian artist, composer, writer, painter, etc., and it very significantly also decided that the prize would be awarded every year on the 11th of August, the official anniversary of the promulgation of the Constitution of the Weimar Republic. Unsurprisingly, during the National Socialist period it was not possible for the state of Hesse to continue to award a prize with these particular political associations, so it was suppressed. After the end of World War II the prize was re-established, but the power to confer it was shifted from the Hessian government to the newly formed German Academy for Language and Literature, and the field of possible recipients was redefined. Henceforth it was to be given only to writers, but would be open to anyone who wrote in the German language. For further details about the history of the prize, see Dieter Sulzer, Hildegard Dieck, and Ingrid Kussmaul, Der Georg Büchner Preis 1951-1987, Eine Dokumentation, ed. Michael Assmann, Piper, 1987, especially. pp. 13-37. 118-8. The province. They were both killed by the Nazis during the Second World War, but he survived, and after 1945 gradually moved west, to Bucharest, 1945-47, then to Vienna, where he spent less than a full year, 1947-48, and this brief sojourn was the only time in his life when he would have heard the language of his poems spoken naturally as the unquestioned, sole vernacular on the streets. In 1948 Celan moved to Paris, where he eventually was appointed to a position as lector in German at the École Normale Supérieure. In the 1960s he began to have serious psychiatric problems. He tried to kill his wife and son with a knife in 1965, tried to commit suicide by stabbing himself in the left lung in 1967, and attacked a neighbor with a knife in 1968, when he was arrested and placed in a psychiatric clinic. He drowned himself in the Seine in 1970. Celan had a number of distinct ways of identifying himself, as a naturalized Frenchman. As a communist, in the early 1960s he was writing about his Vierkur de Communist, and stating that his hope was in the East. As an anarchist and avid reader of Kropotkin and Gustav Landauer, as a Jew, as a native of the ex-Habsburg province of Bukovina, and, most bizarrely, perhaps, as a Russian poet living among the infidel Germans. In the 1960s he occasionally signed himself in private letters, Paweł Lwowicz Selin, and used the peculiar macaronic phrase, Ruski poet in partibus Nemitskich infidelium, to refer to himself. 3. This is strange, not so much because he calls himself a Russian. Selin's home city Chernowitz had, after all, been made a part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, but at the time of writing Selin had been living in Paris for over a decade, so if he was surrounded by German infidels, this was in his literary imagination, not on the streets and in the cafes. Selin was seriously polyglot, working in his early life as a translator from Russian into Romanian, later publishing translations from French, Russian, Romanian, and several other languages into German, and, of course, for most of his mature life earning his living by training students in Paris to translate back and forth between German and French, and his activity as a translator was clearly central to his conception of himself as. Selin's body was found on 1 May in the Seine near Courbevoie. This has given rise to two speculations. The first that he killed himself on 20 April, Hitler's birthday. The second, that he threw himself from the Pont Mirabeau, subject of the famous poem by Apollinaire about the transitoriness and relative permanence of human life and human affect. For further biographical details, see Zeitofel in Bertrand Badiou and Eric Selin, eds. Paul Selin und Giselle Selin Lestrange, Briefwechsel, with commentary by Barbara Wiedemann, Surkamp, 2001, Volume 2, pp. 385-500. 3. Paul Selin, Die Niemannrose, Vorstufen, Textgenese, Endfassung, ed. Heino Schmall, Michael Schwarzkopf, and Jürgen Wertheimer, Surkamp, 1996, page 42. Selin's Meridian 119. A poet. On the other hand, he always insisted that poetry could be written only in one's mother tongue, and for him that was German. 4. If one thinks about Selin's life, it isn't difficult to agree with him that it was characterized by a series of radical displacements, ruptures, dislocations, and losses. The Bukovina, which was his home, had disappeared from the maps. 5. And from history. 6. Under these circumstances, it is not surprising that Selin felt a deep and lifelong need to try to orient himself in space and time, and it is also not completely surprising that what provided the main medium for that orientation was language, the one thing, he says, that remained reachable, near, and not lost amidst all those losses. 7. He wrote poems, he says, to speak, to orient myself, to find out where I was, and in what direction I was headed, to project for myself reality, zu sprechen, mich zu orientieren, zu erkundigen, wo ich mich befand und wohin es mit mir wollte, mir Wirklichkeit zu entwerfen. 8. This is clearly not an expression of commitment to any form of 18th or 20th century philosophical empiricism or 19th century literary realism, because in another oft-cited public statement Selin also claimed that reality is not, but has to be sought and won. Wirklichkeit ist nicht, Wirklichkeit will gesucht und gewonnen sein. 9. What exactly does he mean by stating that his aim in writing poetry is to orient himself by projecting for himself reality? What does he mean by project? He seems to assign the word a special significance, even writing at one point that poems are perhaps project, ECTS of existence, Desensentwurf, 10. 4. And Zwiesprachigkeit in der Dichtung glaube ich nicht, Antwoord auf eine Umfrage. Der Librairie Flinker, 1961, in Paul Celan, Der Meridian und der Prosa. Surkamp. 1988, page 30. Hereafter this work is cited as MP, 5 megapixels 61, 6 megapixels 37, 7 megapixels 38, 8 in dieser Sprache habe ich Gedichte zu schreiben versucht, mich zu orientieren, zu erkundigen, wo ich mich befand, und wohin es mit mir wollt, mir Wirklichkeit zu entwerfen. MP, p.38, 9 Wirklichkeit ist nicht, Wirklichkeit will gesucht und gewonnen sein. Reality, actuality is not. Reality, actuality must be sought and won. MP, page 22. Particularly in the tradition of philosophy which derives from Hegel, Wirklichkeit is used as a technical term and designates not a state of the world considered as a mere fact, but the property of actively having some affect on someone or something else. So the poem has reality, actuality, Wirklichkeit, when it is actually understood by the audience to which it is directed and has an affect on them. 10 megapixels, 60. At this point in his lecture, Celan is discussing the possibility of construing poems as being like paths, in particular paths that lead to a possible encounter, either between two people, author and reader, or between the author and, via his encounter with someone else, himself. The path, as an image of the process of thinking, was, of course, a central one for Heidegger. A collection of his papers published in 1950. 128. In accepting the Buchner Prize, Celan gave the customary speech and used the opportunity to talk about his own poetic practice. He gave the speech the title Der Meridian, and later had it published. I want to isolate and discuss three of the many strands in the extremely condensed account of poetry which Celan gives in this speech. First of all, there is what one might call poetry as existential orientation, including in that category all the statements about projection of reality or existence. Second, there are the various things Celan says about poetry in the Meridian. Finally, there are the cryptic remarks about utopia. To begin then with existential orientation, one of the phrases Celan uses to describe poems, projects of existence, is also a technical term. In a certain variety of philosophy in the 20th century, existentialism, but one might wonder just how significant the use of the phrase, project of existence, is for Celan. Is Celan's use of this phrase just an accident, a relatively superficial assimilation of a form of speech he happened to encounter in his environment, or something more significant? Celan was a keen, if autodidact, student of philosophy. After his death, his library was donated to the Deutsches Literaturarchiv in Marbach, and it turned out to contain about 500 philosophical books in 6 languages, many of them with copious underlining and frequent marginal annotation. 11. The composition of this library, including volumes of works by the pre-Socratics, Plato, Augustine, Montaigne, Pascal, Descartes, Leibniz, Hegel, Charles Sanders Peirce, Nietzsche, and literally dozens of others, indicates that Celan had a particular interest in the history of philosophy, but he also had many 20th-century works on. Is titled Holzweg. Holzweg in everyday German means the wrong track, a path leading nowhere. In his introduction to the 1950 volume, however, Heidegger is slightly coy about whether the paths on which he is traveling really lead nowhere. He says that these paths generally meist end in an impasse, which presumably means that they might occasionally lead somewhere. One might also note that although a Holzweg is not a well-traveled and marked-out road, it is a path that pre-exists in the forest, not one that the thinker himself cuts, as it were, through jungle or virgin timber. Heidegger was trying to get away from a philosophy of subjectivity, and so also from the idea of the thinker, or poet, as a radical originator, creating something from nothing by the sheer force of his own subjective agency. The thinker, like the poet, does not create something out of nothing like the traditional Christian God, but is someone who can listen, or allow. Turungen, pp. 36-39. See also Hol's Weg, pp. 296-343. The reference to the image of the philosopher traveling down the Hol's Weg is supposed to allow us to understand think-ing better than the old dichotomies of activity, creation, and passivity, responsiveness would. The Hol's Weg is there, but the philosopher must leave the highway and courageously travel down it on his own. Something similar is going on in Celan's notion of the poem as a path to a possible encounter. 11 Paul Celan, La Bibliothèque philosophique, ed. Alexander Richter, Patrick Alac, Beer, Trandbadieu, Editions Rue d'Ulm, 2004. Celan's Meridian 121. His shelves, including books by Wittgenstein, Bergson, Russell, Feyerabend, Bend, Husserl, Croce, Lukács, Althusser, Paul Ricoeur, and many others. There is one striking absence. This collection of 500 volumes does not contain one copy of a philosophical work by Kant. 12. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that Celan simply did not find Kant in any way useful or interesting. There were any number of serious, some would say, fatal, objections raised to Kant in the 19th and 20th century. But objections can always be answered, or at any rate by responding to them one can entangle the objector in a discussion. Gross disinterest, however, is something much more deep-seated, and, in a sense, unanswerable, than any objection. One can, of course, still speculate about the reasons for this. The speculation that immediately recommends itself to me is that Kant had a notorious blind spot about the phenomenon of human language. There are a few odd and random remarks, but, as far as I am aware, there is no sustained discussion in any of Kant's works of human communication. As various of his contemporaries, most notably Herder, immediately pointed out, Kant's reason is a configuration of faculties that purportedly operates with concepts and judgments whose specific mode of linguistic expression is left completely undiscussed, as if it were irrelevant to the task at hand. A philosopher in whose work language as a concrete human reality with an important historical and social dimension, and human communication in the variety of its forms, were completely invisible was not likely to be one who recommended himself to Celan's attention. Although there is one noteworthy absence in the library, there is also one grand and almost overwhelming presence. Celan and the philosopher Martin Heidegger belong to a very serious and active mutual admiration society. 13. Celan in one text speaks of his reverence, Verehrung, 14, for Heidegger and addresses him as Master Thinker, Herrn Martin Heidegger, dem Denkherrn. 15. In particular, Celan's library contained over 30 books by Heidegger, some of them with personal dedications by Heidegger to Celan, and most of them very copiously annotated in Celan's hand. Similarly, Celan seems to have sent inscribed copies of all 12. All there is a popular collection of sayings by Kant, Aussprüche, ed. Raoul Rich, Ter, Insel, 1923, an edition of Kant on Books and Reading, Norbert Hinsky, Kant über Lesen und Bücher, in Inselalmanach auf das Jahr 1964, and Über Theorie und Praxis, ed. Dieter Henrich, Suhrkamp, 1967, containing essays by Kant, Jentz, and Rehberg, as if they were equally weighty thinkers. None of these 3 volumes contains any underlining or marginal notes at all. 13. See Hadrian Franz Lannard, Paul Celan et Martin Heidegger, La Sens d'une Dialogue, Fayard, 2004. 14. Franz Lannard, Celan et Heidegger, page 227. 15 Ibid. Page 225, 122-8. His books to Heidegger, who reciprocated by reading them intensely and often annotating them. The idea of the project is central for Heidegger's understanding of human existence. In Being and Time, Heidegger claims that when traditional philosophers approached the study of human life, they had generally been asking the wrong questions. They had asked, that is, what am I? Or, what are we? Or, what is man? As if one were asking a question of the same kind and structure as, say, what is a triangle? What is a volcano? Or, what is DNA? The more relevant human question is not, what am I? But, who am I? Or, who are we? 16. The difference between these two questions mirrors a difference between two attitudes I can adopt to a human life. It is, of course, perfectly possible, and in some contexts highly advisable, for me to think of my life, or for that matter someone else's life, as a sequence of natural events that occur, I am born, as a result of a complex interplay of genetically and environmentally determined processes my internal organs develop. I may fall ill because I am poisoned or exposed to a contagious disease, or because some developmental process went wrong. I may recover or not. This is a useful way to think if I am trying to see if there is a particular medical intervention that will correct some organic malfunction. This sequence of thoughts is naturally associated with a series of particular what questions. What are my symptoms? What poison was used? What antidote is available? And these particular, practical what questions can reasonably be seen as in some sense motivating a set of more general theoretical questions such as, what is a poison? What is healthy functioning for a human being? What is disease? There is, as I have said, nothing inherently wrong about looking at one's own life in the above way, but it does require that one adopt a kind of external perspective. What will be a disease for me would as a general rule also be a disease for you. One of Heidegger's major claims in Being and Time is that it is also possible to look at one's own life from the inside, as it were, that is, as a human life I am living and must live in one way or another. This view from the inside is what is called existential. In living my life, he claims, I am always trying tacitly to ask and answer the question, who am I? We might say I am trying to define a myself, or give myself an identity, although Heidegger would never use these particular ways of putting it because he thinks the use of the term definition has technical associations of verbal explicitness which it derives from its use in the philosophical tradition and which he rejects. And identity has unfortunate and highly misleading ontological connotations. If I am late and treat the taxi driver brusquely, that shows what? 16 Martin Heidegger, Sein und Zeit, Niemeyer, 1963, Section 9. Sellen's Meridian 123, kind of person I am. If I realize what I have done, and feel ashamed of myself, the fact that I feel ashamed indicates that I have been asking and trying to answer the question. Asking and trying to answer the question, who am I? Need not be a verbal matter at all. I can define myself by acting without saying a word, by being brusque. For that matter, I need not even act. The fact that I feel ashamed shows that I have been asking the question even if I have not formulated it as an explicit question to myself in so many words or even in so many thoughts on some particular occasion. Having established to his own satisfaction that human life is a continual process of self-definition by virtue of the asking and attempted answering of the question, who am I? Heidegger goes on to develop an account of the internal working of this process. The central part of this is a rethinking of the distinction between reality and possibility with which we are familiar in our everyday dealings with objects in the world. Kant, KRVB 627, expresses the everyday understanding of matters when he points out that there is a grave difference between having 100 real units of your favorite currency in your bank account and having 100 possible units, and there is, of course, a great difference between really having been poisoned and there being a possible state of things in which one had been poisoned. In contrast to this, what I really am, or what I am, existentially, is, to some extent constituted by my possibilities. So my human reality is changed if I know how to speak French or if I have had the Christian message preached to me, even if I am not at the moment actually speaking French or have rejected the Christian way of life. This does not, I repeat, mean that it makes no difference whether I am speaking French or not speaking French, because, for instance, I am speaking English, but it does mean that at some level it is a more important feature of my life that I am related in a certain way to the possibility of speaking French than whether I happen to be actualizing that possibility at any particular moment. To put it in a way that would be congenial to Heidegger, the reality of the life of a pagan who lived before the beginning of the Christian era is radically different from the reality of life of a 21st century atheist in a way that is not reducible to the actions they perform, which might well not be that different. Heidegger uses the term project, Entwurf, to designate the relation I have to my own possibilities. Who I really am is given by what I project as my possibilities. 17. Sellin is particularly keen, more keen perhaps than Heidegger himself, to emphasize that the projection of a set of possibilities that defy my own identity is not a process that can be understood as taking place in isolation by some kind of transcendental subject but as one that requires 17 Ibid. Sections 31 to 32, 124-8, some kind of encounter between an I and a you. To project oneself onto the possibility of speaking French, as Heidegger would put it, or to project the reality of French speech for myself, as Sellin puts it, is not a purely speculative or mental activity, but is connected with actual encounters with some concrete others who are speakers of French. The process in which I actually construct an identity for myself cannot be disentangled from that through which actual others construct an identity for themselves, each as a you. To me, poetry is one kind of way in which such an encounter, and indeed one of particular intensity, can in principle take place, and so it has a special role in the constitution of identities. That the poet is someone who initiates the possibility of a new communal form of living is another of the Heideggerian themes, expressed with great clarity in his essays on the poet Hölderlin, especially, Hölderlin und das Wesen der Dichtung. 18. This Heideggerian theme, too, had great appeal for Sellin. The situation for the poet Sellin, however, was, if any thing, even more extreme and difficult than that envisaged by Heidegger. Heidegger's archetypical poet, the Swabian Hölderlin, could write a poem entitled Heimkunft and die Verwandten, Homecoming, to my relatives, or Homecoming, to kindred spirits, 19, which Heidegger, himself, a Swabian, interprets both as a return to aboriginal, Mother Swabia, Glückselig Suvian, meine Mutter, and thereby as the initiation of some further unspecified Germanic future, dies Heimkunft aber ist die Zukunft des geschichtlichen Wesens der Deutschen. 20. Hölderlin's poem is full of references to his Landsleute, L. 43, to his mother, L. 73, and his dear ones, LL. 76 and 84, and to the positive emotions sometimes as associated with homecoming, especially Freude, LL. 75, 81, 95, 100. Also, L. 25. Note also, Die Frohen, L. 94, Freudigs, L. 2, and Das Freudig, L. 106, but also Liebende nehmen, L. 58, wenn Liebende wie, der sich finden, L. 95, Unschickliches Liebet ein Gott nicht, L. 99, is also an instance because it is presented as an exception to the general condition being expressed. The image of the Swabian poet among happy, loving fellow Swabians could be no model for Sellin. German-speaking Jewish Bukowina was gone, and no return there possible. In Paris the exclusive language of his poetry 21 was not only not the vernacular, it was not even the language he spoke at home with his wife and son. That, of course, was French, not German. The German language, furthermore, was both 18 Heidegger, or Lauterungen, pp. 31-47, 19 Ibid, pp. 9-31, 20 Ibid, pp. 22-29, 21. This is not strictly true, because there is one extant poem in French which Sellin wrote for his son, Oles Habors, in Paul Sellin, Die Gedichte, ed. Barbara Weidman, Surkamp, 2003, hereafter cited as PC, page 526. Sellin's Meridian 125, the much-loved language of his mother and one of the identifying criteria of his parents' murderers. As far as other Jews, Geschwisterkinder, he calls them, children of my brothers and sisters, are concerned, Sellin writes, they did not love me, and I did not love them, die Geschwisterkinder. Liebten mich nicht und ich liebte sie nicht. 22. Can language alone ground, or initiate, or render possible an encounter under such conditions? Can language alone create community even where the common bonds of a vernacular rooted in shared joyful experience, Freude, are broken? Even where there is no love, poetry is a concrete act of speaking in which a particular human being addresses others, and is understood by them so that a proper encounter takes place. When the poet addresses the audience, and is understood, the possibilities for all those involved change, and each has come to have an identity that is dependent on that of the other participants. Sellin, that is the poet he is only if he has an audience who in some sense come to define themselves through what they hear and understand of him, and they have the identity they have only provided Sellin defines himself to some extent in relation to them. Audience, then, is essential for poetry, and without an understanding audience a poet, like Sellin, suffers a loss of identity. If, however, the basically Heideggerian thought is right, then in some sense every act one perform is a definition of who I am, as a human being. I am constantly asking and trying to answer the question who I am in everything I ever do. It would seem to follow then that everything is an existential gesture, and what, one might wonder, is so special about poetry? A phi-RST response to this is that what poetry is supposed to be about is not just reasserting an existing identity, important as that is, and not merely carrying out minor changes in existing arrangements, but some kind of radical change of attitude, orientation, possibilities, or identity. 23. Thus suppose I am playing a game of chess with someone who is known to be a poor loser. Suppose further that I am winning, and pressing my 22 megapixels 27. 23. This is the point, I think, at which Sellin departs from the theory presented in Sein und Zeit. The Heidegger of Sein und Zeit could not accept the distinction between routine, minor readjustment, and radical change of possibilities. For him, all my possibilities are given to me in everydayness, and remain unchanged, even if I come back and reappropriate them authentically. Their content does not change, merely the mode in which I grasp and live them. To be sure, virtually no one was ever able actually to cleave to the most austere version of the doctrine, not even Heidegger himself, as his speeches in 1933 demonstrate. See Guido Schneeberger, Nachlese zu Heidegger, Bern, 1962. There seems an almost irresistible tendency for anyone who takes the doctrine of authenticity seriously at all to think that, despite Heidegger's explicit denials, it must have some effect on the content of the actual choices and possibilities open for me, and not merely on the way in which I embrace given possibilities. 126.8. Advantage. My opponent and I may play along relatively predictable lines, or one of us may make a sequence of moves that represents a new and unexpected combination. This is what I mean by a minor rearrangement. Suppose, though, that my opponent, still visibly losing, suddenly takes out a long stiletto and puts it down next to himself on the table, then takes out a pair of surgical gloves and puts the right one on, looking at my neck speculatively all the while. I use this example, by the way, not merely because of Sellin's own preference for this weapon when expressing his own aggression in real life, but also because he once published a statement about his own poetry in a volume entitled, Mein Gedicht ist mein Messer. 24. When he draws his knife, he opens various new possibilities, redefines the reality of the situation, and helps to create for both of us the reciprocally dependent identities of possible murderer and possible victim. When Sellin writes and publishes or recites one of his poems, and he is understood, something similar happens. Sellin calls what happens an attemwende. 25. A change in breath, something that takes your breath away, changes the very air and way you breathe. Sellin gives as an example that of a madman walking through the mountains who suddenly finds that he experiences the heavens as below him, and the earth above, so that he wants to walk on his head. 26. He has experienced an individual version of the attemwende, which in some sense defines poetry, a revolution, the world turned upside down. To get the full sense of what poetry is and should be, one simply has to de-individualize that. To clarify Sellin's conception, it is perhaps useful to contrast it with some other views about poetry that have or have had a certain currency. First, to say that poetry is looking for or gives someone orientation is not to say that poetry should be edifying or a form of moral preaching. To have an orientation to a possibility or an orientation in reality is not in itself to do anything, and so a fortiori not to do anything we would call morally admirable or the reverse, nor to encourage anyone to act in any one particular way. Heidegger thought that the existential analysis he was proposing was not in itself a form of ethics, although he also admitted that it was not completely disconnected from morality, because it referred to a level of the constitution of the self that was, as it were, deeper than or prior to that of the moral self. If Sellin had ever asked himself the explicit question about the relation of his poetry to ethics, 24 MP 31-32, 25 megapixels 52-58. Attemwende is also the name of a collection of poems Sellin published in 1967. CPC 173-214. 26 MP 50-52. This example is taken from Buckner's short prose narrative, Lens. A second example Sellin also cites is that of Lucille at the very end of Buckner's drama Danton's Todd. CMP 41-44. Sellin's Meridian 127. I think he would probably have come out with something similar. This deep-seated moral indifferentism 27 means that it is probably a mistake to interpret Sellin's search for a possible you as in any sense parallel to the philosophical motifs one can find in Buber or Levinas. Second, Sellin rejects the traditional classicist view for two reasons. He denies that a poem is an object made, perhaps the craftsman-like product of a word object is a precondition of poetry, but it is no more than that. The poem itself is better understood as a gesture. He says it is not in principle different from a handshake, an individual datable act, not a word object, but an act of speaking. 28. The idea of the date, and of something being datable, connected with a particular, and that means unique, date, is a constant obsession of Celan's. 29. Celan's second objection to the traditional view is to the notion of imitation. Celan wrote out for himself in a notebook a statement Heidegger makes in one of his works to the effect that we should count ourselves lucky that we have overcome and got beyond the idea that art is any kind of imitation or depiction of reality. 30. Poetry is supposed to be a projection of human possibilities, not a replication of existing objects, facts, or states of affairs. The third conception Celan rejects is that kind of romanticism which puts a high positive value on immediacy of perception, feeling, or expression, and on having a direct connection with nature. Nature is a category that has no positive connotations for Celan. In one of the poems he wrote for his collection Die Niemannrose, he uses as a motto a line from Marina Tsveteva, "All poets are Jews," and in a prose narrative he wrote at about the same time, Gesprach im Gebirge, which describes an imaginary walk in the mountains with the philosopher Adorno. 31. Celan. 27. See Peter Schondy, Eden, in his Celan Studien, Surkamp, 1972, pp. 113-25. Schondy was a personal friend of Celan's and one of the most distinguished and helpful early commentators on his work. See also Raymond Geuss, Poetry and Knowledge, in his Outside Ethics, Princeton University Press, 2005, pp.184-205, 28 mp 31-32. By the way, the handshake for Celan is not an expression of unity or consensus, but an acknowledgement of irreconcilable difference. 29. See also Jacques Derrida, Shibboleth pour Paul Celan, Galilei, 1986. 30. Jean Glucklich Überwundene Meinung, Die Kunst sei eine Nachahmung oder Abschil, Derung der Wirklichkeit, in Martin Heidegger, Der Ursprung des Kunstwerks, in his Holzwedge, M. Klostermann, 1950, page 25, written out in a notebook by Celan. See Celan, La Bibliothèque, page 368. 31. This is clearly an imaginary walk, because Celan made an arrangement to meet Adorno in Sils Maria in the Engadin, Switzerland, but, for unclear reasons, left the day before Adorno arrived. Many found Adorno's oleaginous manner, which became especially marked when he was trying to ingratiate himself, as he seems to have been trying to do with Celan, repellent. See Adorno and Berg, in Raymond Geuss, Morality, Culture, and History, Cambridge University Press, 1999, page 116 and p.133, fn. 2. One will, of course, never know for certain why Celan left early. The correspondence between Adorno and Celan is published in Frankfurter Adorno Blätter 8, ed. Rolf Tiedemann, edition Text plus Critic, 2003. 128-8. Refers to the surrounding vegetation in some detail, but his interest in it is purely philological. He is interested in the names of the fluid nari, sp. Ciali, the relation between their Latin names and their common German names. He then spends a whole paragraph explaining that Jews are utterly without any sense and without any eyes for nature. The orientation that poetry strives for is not any form of reintegration into a natural landscape or some purported natural cycle of life, and there is certainly no sense that a proper encounter with nature will refresh and regenerate the spirit. Nature is misery, nakedness, embarrassing creaturely need, and insignificance, not a source of innocence or simplicity, which in any case are not properties Celan values. No encounter with nature will increase anyone's energy, health, or integrity, or cure anyone of the corruption of society. What is needed is not orientation in the natural world, but in language and history, and in particular vis-a-vis dated human events. The final poetic program which Sellin rejects is Mallarmé's conception of an absolute poem. A poem, Mallarmé held, is an artistic structure made with words, not ideas, and it is very definitely not directed at, or addressed to, anyone in particular. It is easy to see how a person who thought, as Sellin did, that a poem is a concrete act of existentially located speaking, would also think that no poem could ever be absolute. 32. So a poem for Sellin is not a description or an expression of nature or of a sense of oneness with nature, nor a purely formal artistic construct, but it is an existential gesture that operates through speech. Writing poetry is not the only way to orient oneself in one's life, by initiating and then participating in a collective activity in which everything is completely turned upside down. What is the specific way of attaining orientation through revolution which constitutes poetry? To answer this, we might turn to the second of the three strands in Sellin's speech on receipt of the Buckner Prize, to his conception of a meridian. At the end of the speech Sellin speaks of finding a meridian. What exactly does he mean by this? Meridian refers to the vertical position of the sun at midday, that is, when it stands at its highest in the sky. In addition, meridian can refer to an imaginary line that would connect the different geographical places at which the sun stands at its highest point in the sky at the same time. So when the sun stands at its highest point in the sky in Cambridge or London, it also does so in Oran, Algeria and in Accra in Ghana, all three at 0 degrees. When it is noon in Kiev, it is also noon in Cairo, both at about 30 degrees east. The use of the sun as an image of the source of both illumination and meaning in our world is an old one in Western 32 megapixels 57. Sellin's Meridian 129. Philosophy 33. One sees things clearly and as they really are when one sees them at midday in the full light of the sun, when it stands at its highest point. To speak of a meridian makes sense only relative to some conception of what the relevant sun or source of light is. A complex and obscure passage at the end of Der Meridian 34 gives a hint about how this light is to be understood. In this passage 35 Sellin endorses the view that poetry is a way of concentrating attention on particular events in that, as he puts it, the poem itself remains mindful of specific dates. He then goes on to claim that the poet is looking for a place, his place of origin, and conducts this search in the light of utopia. What? 33 Plato, Politeia 514a 517a. See also Karl Marx, Zur Kritik der Hegelschen Rechts, Philosophie, Einleitung, in Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, Work, Dietz, 1964, Volume 1, pp. 378-79. Friedrich Nietzsche, Jensetz von Gut und Böse Section 215, in Kritische Studienaus. Gabe, ed. Coley and Montanari, De Gruyter, 1980, Volume 5, page 152. 34. Die Aufmerksamkeit, die das Gedicht allem Im beginnenden zu widmen versucht. Ist eine aller unserer Daten eingedenk bleibende Konzentration, und was waren dann die Bilder? Das einmal, das immer wieder einmal und nur jetzt und nur higher wahrgenommen und wahrzunehmende, und das Gedicht war somit der Ort, wo alle Tropen und Metaphern ad absurdum geführt worden wollen. Topos. Forschung? Geuss. Aber im Licht des Erforschenden. Im Licht der Utopie. Im Licht der Utopie unternehm ich, jetzt, Topos-Forschung. Ich suche den Ort meiner eigenen Herkunft. Keiner dieser Orte ist zu finden. Es gibt sie nicht, aber ich weiß wo es sie zumal jetzt geben musst. Ich finde das Verbindende und wie das Gedicht zur Begegnung führende. Ich finde etwas, wie die Sprache, immaterielles. Aber dishes, terrestrisches, etwas kreisformiges, über die beiden Pole in sich selb. Zurückkehrens und dabei, Heiderweis, Sager die Tropen durchcruisendes. Ich finde einen Meridian. The attention which the poem tries to devote to everything that encounters it is a concentration that remains mindful of all our dates. What about images then? That which is and can be perceived once, that which is and can be perceived ever again once and only now and only here. The poem would therefore be the place where all tropes and metaphors try to be taken ad absurdum. The investigation of topoi? Certainly. But in the light of that which is the aim of investigation, in the light of utopia. In the light of utopia, I now undertake the investigation of a topos. I'm looking for the place of my own origin, but none of these places can be found. They don't exist, but I know where they, particularly now, would have to be. I find that which connects and, as it were, leads the poem to its encounter. I find something, like language, immaterial, earthly, terrestrial, something circular which comes back to itself over both poles and in doing that, amusingly enough, even crosses through the tropics, or crosses out the tropes. I find a meridian. Paul Celan, Der Meridian und an der Prosa, pp. 55-62. 35 limitations of space prohibit giving this passage the full interpretation it deserves. 1 aspect that would require and reward very careful attention is the play on the various senses of two German words, both derived from Greek. Topos, meaning both place in a variety of senses, and the commonplace, i.e., stereotypical sayings and situations that recur in certain kinds of literature, and b. Tropos, meaning both tropic in the geographical sense, and a literary figure, trope. 138. The poet actually finds is not his place of origin, but something else. Something that connects the place in which he actually finds himself with other places, an imaginary line, a meridian. I suggest, then, that Celan thinks that the light relative to which the meridian is determined shines from utopia. This will take us to the finale of the three topics. When Celan speaks of topoi and utopia, the terms have a rather specified sense, namely that given to them in the work of one of the anarchist writers the young Celan says he most admired and studied, Gustav Landauer. 36. In 1907, Landauer published a book entitled Revolution, which contains a rudimentary anarchist theory of history. In this book he distinguishes two factors in human history, topia and utopia. Topia is the total state of a society at any given time considered under the aspect of its givenness and stability. Utopia, on the other hand, designates all those individual impulses which under certain circumstances can come together and move in the direction of a perfectly functioning social formation that contains no harmful or unjust elements. Tendenz eine Tadellos Funk, Tionierende Topi zu gestalten, die keinerlei Schädlichkeiten oder Unger, Theten in sich schließt. 37. The state of affairs intended in these utopian strivings will not ever be realized, and so their significance consists simply in driving humanity on from one topia, from one place to the next. At any given point in time, then, Landauer maintains, the utopian impulses, actually and effectively in existence, derive from two sources, specify c. dis. Satisfaction with the given topia, and remembrance of all previous utopias. The idea then is that the poet Celan investigates where we are, what place we occupy, in the light of our present, active dissatisfactions with existing arrangements and of other remembered human utopian aspirations. The form this investigation takes is the linking of a particular dated event, which is the occasion or origin of the poem, with some other dated events in other places. When two such events are thus conjoined, they are said to be on the same meridian. The linking takes place in such a way as to respect the phenomenal uniqueness of each of the events. On Earth, to say that two places are on the same meridian means they stand in the same relation to the sun as measurer of time. This does not mean that London is Accra or Oran, or that what happens at a given time in London is the same event as what happens in Accra at that time. Being on the same meridian, according to the conception Selin sketches in his Buckner Prize address, means that the two events reveal themselves as belonging together in relation to the light dispensed by human utopian impulses, hopes, disappointments, and fears. This is the link. In this utopian light, distinct events can belong together, especially 36. See Gustav Landauer, Revolution, Karen Kramer Verlag, 1974, pp. 11-18. 37. Ibid. Page 13. Selin's Meridian 131. When put together by the poet, without losing their distinctiveness, presumably that is a property of that light. It is of extreme importance to keep in mind that utopia is precisely not a place, but in the strictest sense a no place, plus topos. Thus reference to a light that shines from the non-place of utopia is in a sense the exact reverse of the Platonic conception of a world illuminated by a light that shines from the place beyond the heavens, hyperora neos. Topo sigma, Phaedrus 247 c. 38. Instead of a potential ascent from perception of distinct individual virtuous acts to the idea of virtue itself, an eventu ally to the sun, the unitary idea of the good, which is the source of all intelligibility, and which anyone who wishes to act reasonably must keep in view. Republic 517 c. Selin's utopian light does not have unitary existence as an object of knowledge in its own right. To adopt the description Walter Benjamin gives of the angel of history, who faces the past and has his back turned to the future. 39. The poet always has his back to the source of light. To try to turn around and look at it directly, as in Plato, is not only humanly impossible, but perhaps even an inherently meaningless project. One cannot sensibly be said to have turned one's back on a place that is not a place at all. The spatial images are not themselves finally supposed to make sense, but rather when they are understood, they are seen to be absurd, and thus to cancel themselves out. All that can be said is that a unique configuration of phenomenally distinct events is illuminated, held together by poetry and human memory, which operate without reducing dated events to mere instances of any single paradigm, idea, or concept, or a set of them. One cannot ever see the utopian light, except as reflected from the things it illuminates in this world. Although the poet is said to find the meridian, it is not as if it were out there in existence waiting to be found in the way in which metallic ore is out there in the world waiting to be found. The poet finds the meridian in the sense of drawing it, that is, creating it. This marks a radical difference between Selin and Pound, or anyone who believed that natural affinities or correspondences could lie at the basis of poetry. 38. In his own copy of Plato's Phaedrus, translated into German by L. Georgi, Selin has underlined the translation of this passage, which reads, Den Überhimmlischen Ort aber hat noch nie einer der Dichter Heiniden besungen, noch word ihng einer nach Werdicket. Bessingen. C. Selin. La Bibliothèque, 39. The phrase Außerhimmlischer Ort occurs in a poem in the collection Fadensonnen, in PC 242, and Hyperiranischer Ort is part of the title of a posthumous poem, Zwicher Hymnus am Hyperiranischen Ort, in PC 497. 39. Walter Benjamin, Geschichtsphilosophische Thesen. 9, in his Zur Kritik der Gewalt und an der Aufsatz, Surkamp, 1965, pp. 84-85. 40 For pressing the importance of this point on my attention. I am very greatly indebted to Professor Fred Rush, Notre Dame University, and to Professor Robert von Hallberg, University of Chicago, who made it to me independently of each other. 132.8. Lest the presence of this highly speculative metaphysical strand in Sellin's thinking be thought to indicate a slide back into archaic forms of belief, such as religious beliefs, the radical atheistic credentials of this poetry are impeccable. Not only is there no personal God, there is no abstract principle of meaning or intelligibility in the universe. When Sellin comes, in Der Meridian, to give his most weighty characterization of poetry, 41, he virtually defies it as the assertion of radical atheism. Poetry states that what is infinite in the universe is not God, nature, life, or some principle of meaning, but rather the pointlessness of it all. Poetry says that all is in vain, for nothing, pointless, umsonst. Note Sellin's exclamation point, forever. The poet, then, as it were, backs away from the world to another, a new place which he creates, and which gives him a vantage point from which to see and mark out a meridian in a light which shines from the utopia of human memories and dissatisfactions. This new place is not utopia, given that it is a place, albeit a new created place. It is not a no place, utopia, but from it the poet can try to map the real world, with reference to a light the source of which he can never see directly. In 1962 Sellin wrote a poem entitled, In Eins, see the appendix to this essay, which illustrates in a particularly clear way some of the characteristic features of his poetic practice. Although the poem is distributed typographically on the page in 3 strophes with something that looks like a coda, each strophe has a different number of lines and each line has a different length, i.e., number of syllables. The whole poem has no rhyme, no discernible metrical structure, no smooth musicality of sound, keine Wortmusik, as Sellin says approvingly of man. Delstam's Poetry 42. This is poetry as concrete gesture, certainly not poetry as song. Second, the punctuation and topography seem to play a more constitutive role in the poem than we are perhaps used to. Note the use of italics, of uppercase, especially pupil de Paris, and also of cola, 2 of them, and of the dash. In a sense it is easier to read the poem on the page than to follow it with complete comprehension when it is read aloud. The poem also exhibits a series of striking stylistic peculiarities. It begins in the Phi-Rst strophe with a paratactic accumulation of word atoms, and ends with a strophe that is still basically paratactic, but operates with larger units that are internally more highly convoluted. The remaining 41 Die Dichtung, meine Damen und Herren, dies Unendlichsprechung von lauter Sturb, Lichtkeit und Umsonst, poetry, ladies and gentlemen, this assertion that mere mortality and pointlessness are infinite. Paul Sellin, Der Meridian und an der Prosa, page 59. 42 Paul Sellin, Der Meridian, Tübinger Ausgabe, ed. Bernhard Boschenstein et al. Sir Camp, 1999, page 215. Hereafter this work is cited Mt. Sellin's Meridian 133. Drafts show that this final form of the poem mirrors the way it arose. Sellin used a kind of mosaic technique. This is in stark contrast to the practice of Romantic poets like Hölderlin, whose extant drafts show that they started from the very beginning with the skeletons of complete sentences and then filled in some of the details as they went on. Finally note that the level of annotation of specify C references which the poem admits is very high. Sellin never denied that his poetry was dark and difficult, and he made no apology for this, thinking that it was part of the task of poetry to violate habitual expectations, to short-circuit common associations, change existential attitudes and orientations, and to create new ones. 43. He did insist, however, that it was not hermetic. If one read enough of it again and again, the images would begin to make sense without the need for any esoteric knowledge, or strictly private experience. Whether or not this is in general the case, I would merely point out that the references in this poem that need to be annotated are not, with one rather unimportant exception, private or biographical. They are, rather, public, human, literary, or political events. If you want to know what the 13th of February was in Paris in 1962, all you need to do is consult the archive of Le Monde or Le Figaro for that day. The 13th of February 1962 happens to be the day on which the funeral was held for a large number of Parisians who had been killed by the police in a demonstration against the OAS, the right-wing military organization which was trying to prevent the French government from withdrawing from Algeria. This date was a kind of shibboleth for Celan. He had previously written a poem entitled Shibboleth 44, which is pretty clearly about the Spanish Civil War, in which he makes reference to a twin February in Vienna and Madrid. The 12/13 of February 1934 was the high point of the workers' uprising against the Dollfuss regime in Vienna, during which Dollfuss called out the army and had various workers' tenements shelled. This dual reference to Vienna and Madrid also expresses itself in the use of the Austrian form, Feber, instead of February, and the Spanish Republican slogan, No pasarán. This whole complex of dated events is then connected to the Old Testament story of the proto-civil war between the Gileadites and Ephraimites. The Ephraimites could not pronounce the Hebrew word, shibboleth, correctly, and so the Gileadites held the fords of the Jordan and asked anyone who tried to cross to pronounce that word, killing those who could not. So a shibboleth is a verbal item in itself, perhaps insignificant, but which allows you to identify yourself, and also to tell friend from foe. 43 megapixels 51. 44 CPC 83, 134.8, and the correctly production of which can mean the difference between life and death. 45, see Appendix, line 2. The second strophe concerns the exiled shepherd from Huesca, continuing the theme of the Spanish Civil War, c. 3, 5, 6. The shepherd gives them a word they need. Presumably that is a shibboleth, the word you need to get across the river without being killed by your enemies. It would be tempting to identify this with No pasarán, because in Celan's previously mentioned poem entitled Shibboleth, that is what the password is. There is perhaps a bit of a shift here from the situation in the first strophe. Celan names the shepherd, Abadias, who seems to represent a kind of movement away from the situation of civil war, because the Old Testament prophet Abadias equals Obadiah seems consciously to reject the ethos which found its expression in the slaughter of the Ephraimites at the fords of the Jordan. Abadias, then, is eine Volke, menschlichen Adels. The final strophe seems to be about the content of the word which the shepherd Abadias gives us, and it falls roughly into two interconnected parts. First an image of the October Revolution, the cruiser Aurora, and the fraternal waving of people liberated, then a very condensed and complex set of references to the life and work of the poet Ossip Mandel Stam, to whose memory Celan dedicated the volume of poems in which in Eins appears. 46 The word spoken by the shepherd must be understood in the light of these two phenomena, the revolution and the history of Mandelstam, including of his changing attitude toward the revolution and its consequences. The two parts of this last strophe are held together by the reference to Petropolis. Mandelstam lived through a period in which the city changed its name twice, St. Petersburg, Petrograd, Leningrad, describing the city as Petropolis of 10 with tacit reference to its specify Kali cultural pretensions, was an Old Russian literary conceit which Mandelstam also adopted. So the city figures in his poems under a total of 4 different names, and there is good reason to think that which particular name he used in a given context was highly significant, although the actual significance of using Petropolis in any particular poem is an extremely complicated matter. In this case, it seems that Celan is using Petropolis to refer to a kind of idealized perfect realization of the aspirations of the October Revolution. A further reference to Mandelstam is contained in the use of the 45 on Shibboleth. See Derrida, Shibboleth. 46. We know, too, from existing drafts of this poem that Celan originally wanted to use a line from one of Mandelstam's poems about Petersburg, v. Peterburg my Sojdemsa, Snova, from his collection Tristia as a motto for this poem. The Russian original and Celan's own translation of this poem into German can be found in Paul Celan, work. Surkamp, 1983, Volume 4, pp. 158-59. Celan's Meridian 135, word Toskanish. In 1933 Mandelstam wrote a highly unflattering short poem about Stalin, 47, and as a result was sent into internal exile to Voronezh, 1935-37. In January 1937 he wrote a poem entitled, Nay, Shravnavaj, Do Not Compare. 48. Mandelstam loved Italy, and in the poem he speaks of his longing, Tosca, pronounced Tosca, to see in front of him the hills of Tuscany, instead of those of Voronezh. However, he admits his Tosca alone will not get him to Tosca NY. In fact, shortly after finishing this poem Mandelstam was rearrested, sentenced to 5 years at hard labor, and died, probably of heart failure, while being transported to eastern Siberia. This strophe, then, is an extraordinarily compressed formulation of a dense knot of utopian aspirations, of hope, its disappointment, and its persistence, of the kind which constitutes the absolute center of most of Celan's poetry. See Appendix, lines 15, 17. The poem ends with citation of the Irenic half of the slogan that opens Buckner's revolutionary tract Der Hessische Landbote, line 18. The title of the poem is a condensed gloss on what a meridian does. It puts apparently different places and events together, not by subsuming them under a single concept. It does not claim that alpha, beta, gamma, and delta are, by virtue of the pre-existing essential properties they all share, all instances of the same concept. There is no single essence of revolution, which the Spanish Civil War, the Paris Commune, and the October Revolution are assumed to share. Nor is the kind of poem Celan has in mind, metaphorical, by which I take him to mean either based on metaphors or similes, and claims that phi is like psi. A metaphor on this view would be nothing more than a pale form of conceptualization. The appeal to likeness or similarity deprives the entities involved of their uniqueness, just as subsumption under a concept would. Celan was as insistent as he could possibly have been in rejecting the claim that poetry was in any sense metaphorical. As he writes, Das Gedicht hat, glaube ich, nach da wo es bildhaftesten ist, einen antimetaphorischen Charakter. 49. The experiences, events Celan has in mind and the words he uses are not übertragbar. 50. And so it is not appropriate to think of them in terms of any kind of comparison. Rather, the poet, through an existential gesture, conjoins them, puts things together, makes them one, while admitting they are still uniquely individual, just as an event in London is not in any interesting sense like an event in Accra simply by virtue of being on the same meridian. If a poet is a maker, it is not a word structure he. 47 Osip Mandelstam, Sočenic, Hudozestvena literatura, 1990, Volume 1, page 197, c. Also page 528, 48 Ibid, Volume 1, page 232, 49 MT74, see also 125, 156-60, 50 MT78, 158-59, 136-8, makes, but this concrete conjunction, and so it is better to think of him as someone who acts in a certain way rather than as someone who makes. Doing this creates new possibilities, a new situation, and gives orientation. This poem itself is a reaction to the events of the 13th of February, 1962, but equally to encountering the shepherd from Waiska, or indeed, to encountering Mandelstam by virtue of reading his poetry. Sellin has conjoined them, put them together in eins on a single meridian. His doing this can serve to orient those who read his poem with understanding by allowing them to see these events, in their individual, clearly and as they really are, in the light of human satisfied and unsatisfied, experienced and remembered aspirations. In doing this, Sellin presumably hopes to embed them in the utopian memory of humanity. Given that a poem is an existential project of the kind that has been discussed, it should be obvious that embedding events in the utopian memory of humanity does not mean simply activating a belief about some past event, but implies a much more drastic change in the mode of life of humanity. A poem is supposed to create a new human reality, to change a human world, not merely to reinforce or modify beliefs. One difficulty in speaking about literature and philosophy is a series of assumptions that one might be inclined to make. First, that we know what philosophy, or for that matter what literature, is. Second, that we can assume they are distinct. And third, that it is possible and cognitively useful to try to get a single, relatively abstract overall theory about the relation between the two of them. Certainly the final of these three assumptions would get no support from Sellin. In his prose writings he was always careful to deny that he had or thought it useful to give a general theory of literature. In the interests of simplicity of presentation I have spoken in this paper as if one could find in Sellin assertions about poetry tout court, but this is actually grossly incorrect, in that Sellin always need that he could speak about poetry in general or modern poetry in general, distinguishing between the situation facing French language and German language poets. 51 What he speaks of is the German poem today, i.e., at whatever time he happened to be speaking. 52 This emphasis on the concrete, I have tried to suggest, is not an accident. At the end of this long discussion, one might think that the question still remains of what distinguishes poetry from other forms of existential orientation, other ways of creating new encounters, new possibilities. 51 Megapixels 21. 52, Geuss, Das Gedicht Hüt, Zeit, USW. MP 21. One of the drafts for the Buchner Prize speech contains the statement, Ich spreche nicht von moderner Lyrik, ich spreche vom Gedicht Hüt. Quote. MT 151. See also 72, 73. Sellin's Meridian 137. New communities such as political acts. Sellin was deeply suspicious of art that is of concern with formalism, harmonious appearance, symmetry, with the cult of beautiful words, of elegant proportions, with any kind of construction, or artifice, etc. 53 Art, he seems to have thought, was in some sense the very opposite of poetry. Poetry is, really, Kunst and Kunstfrei. 54 He recognized, however, that, except in very exceptional circumstances, if poetry was to succeed in its utopian task, if it was to be an existential gesture that worked for an audience, it would have to go down a path that led through its opposite, and embody itself in structured, if not perhaps fully, artful, words. In poetry, the existential ostension of the meridian must take place through structured speech. We human beings are constituted by our capacity to remember, and the memory of previous utopian moments can help to keep our human aspirations alive. Celin's poetry in the 1960s was an invitation to remember the Viennese workers rising against the clerico-fascist regime of Dal. Fuss in 1934, the cruiser Aurora firing her salvo over the Winter Palace in 1918, the demonstrations against the O's in Paris in 1962, the defense of Madrid by the International Brigades in 1936, and Ossip Mandelstam looking at the hills around Voronezh in 1937 and wishing he was in Tuscany. We do not, of course, know what Celin would have thought about the tasks of poetry today, but to write today the kind of poem he would have found significant would require one to discover through investigation dated experiences that deserve to enter into our utopian memory, for better or for worse, and to locate them on their meridian. 53 megapixels 48, 54 megapixels 52, Appendix. Translation by Michael Hamburger, in Paul Celan. Selected Poems, Penguin, 1996, page 211. Celan in Eins, written May 1962. Phi RST appeared in 1963 in the volume Die Niemannros. Fischer, 1963, which is dedicated to the memory of the Russian poet Ossip Mandelstam. L.1 inches Dreizehnter Februar, on 13 February 1962, Parisians killed in a demonstration against the O's, Organisation de l'Armée Secrète, were buried. Also the day of a workers' uprising in Vienna against in Eins, Dreizehnter Februar. I am Hersmond, or Wachtis Shibboleth, mit der Pupil, de Paris. No passeran, Schachen zur Linken, Abadias. Der Gries aus Weiska, kam mit den Hunden, über das Feld. I am Exil, stand weiss eine Wolke, menschlichen Adels, Sprach. Uns das Wort in die Hand, das wir brauchten, es war, hörten Spanish, darin, I am Eislich des Kreuzers, Aurora, die Bruderhand, winkend mit der, von den Wargrossen Augen, Genomenen Bind, Petropolis, der, unvergessenen Wanderstadt lag, auch der Toskanisch zu Herzen, Fried den Hutten, in 13 February, Shibboleth, roused in the heart's mouth. With you, Pupil, de Paris. No passeran, little sheep to the left. He, Abadias, the old man from Huesca, came with his dogs. Over the Field, in exile, white hung a cloud of human nobility, into our hands. He spoke the word that we needed. It was shepherd Spanish, and in it, in ice light of the cruiser, Aurora, the brotherly hand, waving with the blindfold removed from his word-wide eyes, Petropolis, the roving city of those unforgotten, was Tuscanly close to your heart also. Peace to the cottages. Celin's Meridian 139. The clerico-fascist regime of Dollfuss in 1934, to which Celin also refers in an early poem, CPC 83. L.2 inches Shibboleth, chapter 12 of the Book of Judges, Old Testament, tells of a conflict between two Israelite tribes, Gilead and Ephraim. Ephraimites could not pronounce the Hebrew word, shibboleth, meaning, apparently, ear of corn, lxx, stakes, or, floruit oud, tor, rent correctly, but said, sibboleth. Gileadites holding the fords of the river Jordan asked everyone wishing to cross to pronounce shibboleth. They killed all who could not pronounce it correctly. So a shibboleth is a verbal item in itself, semantically insignificant, but the correct or incorrect production or use of which allows you to tell friend from enemy, and can mean the difference between life and death. L.3 No pasarán, they shall not pass, slogan associated in the Spanish Civil War with the Republican defense of Madrid against nationalists. General Franco, L.5 inches Abadías, minor Old Testament prophet, English, Obadiah, who encouraged Israelites not to gloat over your brother on the day of his misfortune, verse 12, and particularly not to wait at the crossroads to cut off his fugitives, verse 14. In drafts Selin writes Abdías rather than Abadías, which suggests to me possible reference to the story by Adalbert Stifter, Abdías, 1842-47, about a Jewish trading colony, hidden in the ruins of a Roman city in the desert of North Africa, which was safe as long as no one knew it was there. See lines 15-16. Der Unvergessenen Wanderstadt, L.6, Huesca. In a letter, 23 June 1962, Selin reports that on holiday, he met an old shepherd from Huesca, a former partisan of the Republican cause in the Spanish Civil War, still exiled in Normandy. L.12, Im Islik des Kreuzers, Aurora, the cruiser Aurora anchored in the Neva Phi Red a Salvo on the evening of 7 November 1917, which was the signal for the storming of the Winter Palace by the Bolsheviks, thus initiating the October Revolution, so called, although it took place in what we call November, because Russia then still used the pre-Gregorian calendar. Islik, the Neva was iced up. L.15, Petropolis, the play with the various versions of the name of the city founded by Peter the Great, the Teutonic, Petersburg, Peterburg, the Slavic equivalent, Petrograd, Petrograd, and the classicizing Petropolis, Petropol, is an old topos in Russian literature, used, for instance, in one of the most famous poems in the language, Pushkin's Mednij Vysadnik, 1833, The Bronze Horseman, Petersburg, in the subtitle Petrograd in line 97. Petropolis in line 188. A useful edition of this work for those 148 whose knowledge Russian is not advanced, with introduction, vocabulary, and notes in English, is published by Bristol Classical Press and edited by Michael Basker, Duckworth, 2000. During World War I, the name of the city was officially changed to Petrograd, and then in the 1920s to Leningrad. Recently it has reverted to Peterburg. Mandelstam, 1891–1938, lived through the period in which the city was changing names most frequently, and wrote a number of poems about the city under its various names. Selin translated one of Mandelstam's poems about Petropolis, v. Petropol Prosraknam Myumram, Petropolis, Diaphan. Higher gen were Zugrunde, see Osip Mandelstam, Socinania, Hudosestvena Literatura, 1990, Volume 1, page 112, and Paul Selin, Übersetzungen aus dem Russischen, Fischer, 1986, page 57. Drafts show that at one point Selin wanted to use a quotation from a Mandelstam poem about Petersburg, which he had also translated, as motto of what became this poem. V. Peterburg my Sojdemsa. Snova, in Petersburg we will, one day, assemble once again. The Russian original of this poem and Selin's translation into German can be found in Paul Selin, work, Surkamp, 1983, Volume 4. pp. 158–61. L.17 inches Toskanish, a conefflation of a Tuscan and b Tosca equals yearn ing for nostalgia. In two of the Russian books in his library, Selin underlined the work Tosca and glossed it in the margins as angoisse and anxiété. See Selin. La Bibliothèque, page 695. This is a reference to a poem that Mandelstam wrote while in internal exile in Voronezh, ne Shravnovaj. Don't compare, Osip Mandelstam, Socinania, Hudosestvena Literatura, 1990. Volume 1, page 232, which ends. L.18, Fried den Hutten, Buckner's Revolutionary Tract der Hessisch Landbote, 1834, begins with the words, Fried den Hutten. Krieg, den Palästen. Peace to the huts. War to the palaces. C. Georg Buchner, Werk und Brief, ed. Karl Pornbacher, Gerhard, Schaub, Hans-Joachim Simm, and Edda Ziegler, Deutscher Taschen. Buch Verlag, 1988, page 39. Gare Chateau. Payox Chow. Mears, was in common use during the French Revolution. Gedi bol se niba ni, tam brodet, gotov. Iasna toska mina ne otpuskat, ot molodai sa voronezki holmov, k visisilovseskum, asnusim v toskane, where I shall have bigger sky, to that place I am ready to wander, but my bright desire will not let me go, from the still young hills of Voronezh to the humane, sunny hills of Tuscany. My translation and emphasis. Sellin's Meridian 141. Scholarship on in Eins. Sources I have used in constructing the above notes include Paul Sellin, Die Niemannrose, Vorstufen Textgenes Endfassung, Tübinger, Ausgabe, edited by H. Schmull and M. Schwarzkopf, Surkamp, 1996. Kommentar zu Paul Sellins, Die Niemannrose, edited by Jürgen Lehmann. Universitätsverlag Winter, 2003. Paul Sellin, Die Gedichte. Kommentierte Gesamtausgabe, edited by Barbara Weidman, Surkamp, 2003. Ix. Heidegger and his brother. The small town of Meßkirch lies in the extreme south of the present state of Baden-Württemberg, Germany, roughly halfway between Lake Constance and the Swabian Alps. During the first half of the 20th century, this region was still overwhelmingly rural and Catholic. Politically, Meßkirch and its surrounding villages were a bastion of the Catholic Center Party, which, together with the SPD, formed one of the central components of the continuing coalition of parties that kept the Weimar Republic in operation during the 1920s. In the elections of 1932, the Center Party received an absolute majority of the votes cast in Meßkirch, and in the final election before the war, March 1933, it was still the largest single party, 45% of the vote. The National Socialists received 35%, other parties the rest, pp. 48 to 49. In the small towns of this poor and isolated area, various traditional practices were retained into the 1960s that had elsewhere disappeared. Thus, Carnival, Fast, Nacht, was elaborately celebrated as a Week of Fools, during which people dressed in outlandish costumes, told jokes, and enjoyed some relaxation of the usual rules of moderation, decorum, and social docility. The high point of the week was a banquet at which officially recognized town fools gave public speeches from a raised dais in front of the town hall. The speech of a town fool was expected to be a virtuoso linguistic display in the local dialect, full of puns, humorous metaphors, and witty juxtapositions of incongruous items. In this ultra-Catholic region, where the Counter-Reformation, and the Baroque aesthetic with which it was often associated, had struck extremely deep roots, the carnival speeches were directed as if to a particularly crude peasant audience, and they were often informed by a religiously based gallows humor. Why worry about taxes, social advancement, or the harvest when in a quarter of an hour you could all be dead and gone to eternal judgment and probable damnation anyway? As in Athenian old comedy, the town fools' speeches were also expected to be full of references to local people, and this essay originated as a review of Hans Dieter Zimmermann's Martin und Fritz Heidegger, Philosophie und Fastnacht, Beck, 2005. Otherwise unspecified page references are to this book, Heidegger and his brother 143 events, and frequently had a distinctly satirical edge that could easily veer in the direction of a kind of primitive political dissidence, although the exact nature of the dissent being registered was often hard to discern. During the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, Meskirch had an especially brilliant town fool, Fritz Heidegger, who was known far and wide for his quick wit, his verbal dexterity, and his sharp sense of satire. Oddly enough, he was, as it were, in civilian life, both the head teller at the local bank and a serious stutterer. Heidegger's father was a man of extremely limited means. He had a small workshop making buckets and barrels, and was sexton of the local Catholic church, and so there had been no case of his being able to provide the necessary financial support for any form of further education for his children, pp. 14 to 15. In early adolescence, however, the highly gifted Fritz Heidegger obtained a scholarship from the church authorities and went off to the archiepiscopal boarding school in Constance with the intention of studying theology and entering the priesthood. In the boarding school, though, something seems to have happened to him. He developed the speech defect which would prevent him from ever being employable as a parish priest. So he was sent home, thereby losing his chance to go to university. He eventually took a job in the local bank. Heidegger stuttered for the rest of his life, except when he stood up on the dais in front of the Rathaus to give his carnival speech. Then the words and phrases poured out of him in quick, scintillating succession, fully and correctly articulated and seamlessly ordered, without hesitation or interruption. Page 27. People in Meskirch were proud of their local celebrity. One day a visitor who had come from another village to hear Fritz asked a local, "Who is that guy standing next to Heidegger who looks so much like him?" The reply came, "Oh, that's his brother. He is a philosopher in Freiburg." The visitor paused for a moment. "Philosopher? You mean alcoholic, einer der Willsucht, or in High German, Vielsucht, one who drinks too much?" Fritz Heidegger, the Meskirch town fool, liked this anecdote so much, he appropriated it for his own use. "My brother is the thinker. I'm the drinker. Mein Bruder ist der Philosoph. Ich bin der Vielsucht." pp. 23 to 24. Fritz obviously could not resist a joke, even at his own expense, but this joke was certainly not the whole truth. Several of Fritz Heidegger's carnival speeches have survived in manuscript, although they have never been published. During his lifetime, Fritz published one or two texts on topics of local interest in Meskirch, including a history of the local bank that placed its origin and development in the context of the wider economic situation in Germany. These clearly show him to have been a thoughtful man of high native intelligence and a reflective disposition, whose deeply pessimistic attitude toward the world, his fellow human beings, and himself expressed itself in 144 sometimes melancholic, sometimes caustic observations. In addition to these published works, Fritz Heidegger apparently left behind after his death in 1980 a very large body of writings, essays, sketches, and aphorisms, mostly of a meditative or religious character, which he produced simply for his own use. Page 97. Zimmermann cites a certain amount of this material, and seems sometimes to suggest that it is worth reading on its own merits. He explains that he undertook to write this book because he was fascinated by the history of the so-called little people, who for one reason or another never make it into the eye of later history. Page 156. It is, of course, a great mistake to take public reputation as one's exclusive measure of the quality of a body of writing or as implying an automatic judgment on a whole human life. Martin Heidegger is by far the most extensively discussed philosopher of the 20th century, but that does not in itself settle the issue of the value of his work or his life. It is, however, equally a mistake to romanticize the little man. Despite his wide reading, the obvious seriousness of his attempts to understand human life, and his copious writing, Fritz Heidegger was not, to judge from the accounts Zimmermann gives of his writings, a great philosopher, or religious thinker, and, from all we know about his modest and self-ironic character, it seems clear that it never would have occurred to him to think he was any such thing. One mustn't confuse human admiration for a person who has made the most of restricted opportunities with a judgment on the final significance of what he was able to achieve. Fritz was a man who had been prevented by factors beyond his control from developing certain talents we can very clearly see him to have had, but we simply do not know what he would have become if he had not developed that stutter, and his writings do not seem to be of more than limited and documentary value. The central section of Zimmermann's book is devoted to a comparison of the speeches Martin Heidegger gave as the First National Socialist rector of the University of Freiburg in 1933 with two of Fritz Heidegger's surviving Carnival speeches, that of 1934 and that of 1937. Martin's inaugural address as rector was published at the time under the title Die Selbstbehauptung der Deutschen Universität, and has been subjected to decades of close scrutiny ever since. Transcripts and reports of other speeches he gave while he was rector have been available in Guido Schneeberger's Nachlese zu Heidegger, Bern, since 1962. Whatever Martin's private reservations might have been in 1933, and we have no record of any reservations in 1933, his speeches, taken collectively as public performances, were certainly firm and explicit endorsements of the National Socialist regime. Fritz, on the other hand, seems, from the evidence, at the very least to have lacked his brother Martin's enthusiasm from the very beginning. To be sure, he did not, Heidegger and his brother 145, directly and unequivocally attack National Socialism in any of his Carnival speeches. If he had, he would at the very least have immediately been taken into protective custody by the police, ostensibly to protect him from the righteous indignation of the populace, as had happened to several prominent local Catholics in 1933, and he might well have been taken off to Heuberg, the local concentration camp near Stettin. pp. 48-51. Nevertheless, it is clear that at some level Fritz's speeches, if one were to peel away the jokes, in the indirect allusions, disperse the smokescreens, and think seriously about what the speaker was saying, were at least mildly oppositional. At this distance it is very difficult to determine actually how subversive they were intended to be, even if one gives Fritz the benefit of the doubt, that is, if one attributes to him an intention that, within the limits of what a strict construction of the actual words of his text will bear, is as close as possible to the one most right-thinking people today think he ought to have had in 1933, namely, categorically anti-national socialist. 2. In addition, in politics intention is not everything, and it is also hard to know what kind of real effect these speeches had or could have been expected to have. One ought, that is, not to exaggerate how effectively subversive they could actually have been, even if Fritz had had the distinct intention to make them as subversive as possible. There are a number of reasons for this. First, the Carnival speech was supposed to be full of obfuscation, rapid shifts of register, associative patter, indirectness, ambiguity, and hidden barbs and surprises. 3. For the town fool who wanted to use his speech as a vehicle for political criticism, then there would always be the risk that his point would be so deeply concealed it would pass unperceived, or that the message would be one that could be decoded only by those who were already looking for it or already potentially responsive to it. It is nothing to preach to the already converted, or to send hidden messages of support that can be deciphered only by those already on the lookout for any kind of hope they can garner, but this might still be thought to fall short of effective political mobilization. Real subversion, one might think, would consist not in further edifying those who already have the right beliefs and attitudes, and the mental agility to see and hear what has escaped the censor's notice, but in changing the minds and attitudes of people who are not antecedently predisposed. Perhaps, or rather surely, it is too much to aspire to change the minds of those with a massively too exempting Slavoj Žižek from the unwelcome status of right thinking. See In Defense of Lost Causes, Verso, 2008. 3. On the whole issue of Carnival, see Mikhail Bakhtin, Rabelais and His World, translated by Eline Iswaski, University of Indiana Press, 1984, and also Lucien Febvre, Le Problème de l'incroyance au XVIe siècle, La religion de Rabelais, Michel, 1947, 146. Vested, political, economic, or psychological, interest in the status quo, or the new order, but then in most situations of political conflict there are not merely supporters and opponents of any given course or program, but a great mass of neutrals, who, at the beginning at any rate, do not firmly belong to either party. What are they to make of something they might not correctly comprehend? There is an in fact rather optimistic view, associated with some members of the Frankfurt School, which holds that it is a characteristic of the authoritarian personality to be unable and unwilling to tolerate any kind of vagueness, indeterminacy, straddling or crossing of xed bound areas, mixing of categories, disappointment of stereotypical expectations, or ambiguity. For thus any pleasure taken in ambiguity could be looked upon as a good sign of openness to a relaxation of rigidities. This would be an effect, as it were, of the form of the carnival performance, not of the specified content. The mere public presentation of ambiguity would have a potentially liberating effect. Many will find this implausible, or at any rate politically insignificant. And a powerful traditional line of argument emphasizes another aspect of carnival. The fool's speech was a different kind of public performance from the speech by the rector of a university. The rector of the university is the voice of reason, sober reflection, and science. The fool's speech at Carnival was a licensed deviation, or more exactly, an instance of the tolerated enjoyment of a strictly limited deviation. Successive genera tions of ecclesiastical and secular authorities had tried over the course of the centuries to repress the relative freedom the town fool enjoyed during Carnival, but they had failed. Still, when something is officially tolerated or even encouraged as a momentary licensed deviation from common sense, good manners, and decency, it may be thought inherently to lose its critical potential. What the fool says is publicly stamped as folly. What status does something have when it is accepted as a limited violation of all that is good, sensible, and decorous? One traditional view is that a well-defined, distinctly delimited area with sharply controlled boundaries within which humorous deviation is officially permitted in fact serves as a kind of safety valve for popular sentiments that might otherwise take a more directly subversive form. Licensed folly, then, is more properly understood as part of the apparatus of repression than as a form of resistance. This interpretation has a kind of initial plausibility. One promising way of defanging criticism is by associating it firmly in the people's minds with the remarks of someone who is clearly stigmatized as for T.W. Adorno, Else Frankel Brunswick, Daniel Levinson, and Nevitt Sanford, the authoritarian personality, Harper and Row, 1950. See My Morality, Culture, and History. Cambridge University Press, 1999, pp. 101-2. Heidegger and His Brother 147. A fool. To say that permitting licensed folly is a comprehensible strategy For a repressive regime is not, of course, to say that doing so will always have the real effect the regime intends. Just as the intentions of the fool are not the only thing that counts, because those intentions may not be realized in a way anyone else can recognize, and may not in any case have the effect intended, so similarly the intentions of the authorities who permit, or at any rate acquiesce in, the carnival, do not count as the final word. Populations can be highly inventive in subverting institutions intended to control them. One cannot get a full understanding of what happened in the carnival in any given year by focusing exclusively on the intentions of the fool in making his speech, or on the intentions of the authorities in permitting or trying to suppress the festivities, or on the real effects of the particular performance in question, or even on the conventional, structural, or functional features of the institution itself. These are all important enough, but no one element in isolation tells the whole story. Drawing on the thought of Nietzsche and Foucault, some have begun to speak of institutions and practices like carnival as sites, i.e., as places that are there to be appropriated, won, lost, and fought over. Only real history can tell one what happened at this particular site at a particular time in the 1930s or 1940s. Although the texts of Fritz's speeches have never been published, and one is therefore dependent on the summaries and excerpts Zimmerman gives in this book, it does seem that there is something more problematic about the substance of Fritz's speeches than Zimmerman admits. Thus, in 1934 he reportedly ends his carnival speech by warning the audience that a Second World War, worse than the FIRST, was to be expected. However, when the airplanes dropped their poison bombs on Meskirch, the pious inhabitants would not need to worry. Their purgatorial suffering would not last long, provided they had practiced and trained themselves every hour and every day from now on in striving most sincerely only to be what they really already were, from A to Z, piles of shit. This is certainly no expression of any great enthusiasm for National Socialism, but it also does not seem to leave much room for any focused form of dissidence. The social distance which irony and satire both presuppose and partly generate is a tricky phenomenon to manage. Laughter at the expense of a particular individual person or policy is under normal circumstances no real threat to the social order as a whole. Naturally enough, the individual satirized might not see it that way, but that is a separate issue. Significant social criticism requires one to have available, or, in certain extraordinary circumstances, to invent and develop an appropriate vocabulary and the ability to adopt an appropriate distance from the social structure as a whole. You need some level of analysis between that of individuals and that of metaphysics. Criticism of personalities will leave 148x the basic structure untouched, but so will hyper-distanced religious or metaphysical criticism. Admittedly, too, the Third Reich was not an instance of what anyone would be likely to call normal circumstances, so what under other circumstances might have been thought hyperbole was perhaps not appropriate. On the other hand, when satire takes the form of a metaphy Sicher Kahlschlag, a scorched earth policy which leads to a complete devaluation of all distinctions in the human world in the face of the brute fact of potential universal imminent annihilation, as it seems to do at the end of Fritz's 1934 speech, it is also no particular threat to any specified social and political order. Or rather, the actual benefice series of this sort of attitude are likely to be whatever agencies that promise to provide salvation, Heilsanstalten, as Max Weber calls them, happen to be in existence at the given time and place, and are able to take advantage of the natural human reaction against the radical destruction of all secular meaning. For believers, the Church would be one such agency of salvation. Martin Heidegger's philosophy, which shares the radically pessimistic vision of the human situation which won Fiennes at the end of Fritz's speech, seemed to suggest that this view of human life simply had to be embraced actively without taking refuge in traditional religious conceptions. But then in 1933 Martin ended up a Nazi. By 1938 Martin had moved away from National Socialism, thought he was under surveillance by the authorities, and was also beginning to expect a new war to break out. We know from independent sources that his lectures were eventually monitored for ideological and political deviance by National Socialist spies, including ostensible students in his lectures, although the evidence for this refers to a slightly later period, the early 1940s. Thus, Heidegger had always been notoriously unsound on the specifically racialist aspects of National Socialism and tried provocatively in his lectures during the war to demonstrate that Nietzsche, who along with Kant was one of the constant points of reference for National Socialist ideologists, was not a racist. By the 1940s Heidegger was described in the secret reports passed on to the authorities by their spies as having retreated into a private, idiosyncratic National Socialism all his own. In 1938, however, he was particularly concerned lest his philosophic manuscripts be destroyed or lost in the coming military action, or confiscated by the authorities. He thus moved 2 crates of his handwritten texts to his brother's house in Meßkirch. Fritz agreed to type these manuscripts up for him. They amounted eventually to about 50,000 pages. Fritz did not have a typewriter at home, so he went into his bank. After hours to use their machine, page 143, he typed 4 carbon copies of each original, then at the end corrected what he had typed, entering Greek expressions where necessary by hand. Fritz may not have gone to Heidegger and his brother 149 university, but his old-style secondary school education was sufficient to allow him to be able to transcribe individual Greek words correctly. It seems incontrovertible that Fritz from the very start construed this work for his brother as collaborative rather than simply subaltern. He made marginal notes on the texts he typed, subdivided sentences that he thought had become too long, and made suggestions for improvement. He discussed Martin's work with him continuously, proposing alternatives, raising objections, and pressing him for further clarification of what he meant. This went on for over 20 years. Fritz didn't write Martin's books for him, page 23, as many of the residents of Meßkirch supposed. This was no more than a town myth. It is clear, however, that Fritz was something more than the keyboard under Martin's flying Geuss. Although Zimmermann's joint biography does not intend to be a treatment of Martin Heidegger's philosophy, there is in fact one philosophical point that emerges with some clarity, and that is the continuing influence which certain forms of medieval Catholic mysticism, particularly the work of Meister Eckhart, had on both Fritz's and Martin's thinking. pp. 146-50. Eckhart thought that if what humans called God was really the supreme being, then there must be something beyond God. The reason for this is that there would always be conditions which were necessary for any entity, thus also the purported supreme being, to exist. These conditions would in some sense be prior to, or beyond, the entity in question. This thing beyond God should be the true object of human devotion. Eckhart calls it divinity, Gottheit. Given that it is not itself a being, even a supreme being, nothing can be said about divinity, but it might still be at least partially accessible to humans in various exalted moments or in indirect ways. This is exactly the structure of what Heidegger calls being, das Sein, an inexpressible something, which is not a thing in any sense, but a condition for the existence of anything at all. It is perhaps not too far-fetched to see in this distinction between God as a thing and divinity, a gesturing at what Heidegger would later call the ontological difference. Heidegger devoted his life to trying to find some way of speaking non-conceptually about this peculiar, no-thing, divinity, that was the origin and precondition of everything that is, without reducing it to the status of a thing or to any set of general properties of things. Heidegger, Martin, himself always claimed that he was not really a philosopher, but a religious thinker who was trying to destroy the pretensions of human reason in order to open a space for a more primordial form of human existence. In his early period, this was a form of religious existence based on Christian faith, and what needed to be undermined was traditional theology. Later, the conception of what needed to be destroyed became increasingly extensive, and the conception of what was 150x to replace it more and more elusive, but the structure remained the same. Martin also never tired of repeating that one can never get away from one's origin, but would be increasingly drawn back to it. In his case, this was Meskirche Catholicism. Fritz Heidegger remained a devout member of the Church until his death. Martin, born in 1889 and thus 5 years older than Fritz, had also intended to become a priest, and had passed through the same archiepiscopal boarding school in Constance, and begun to study theology at the University of Freiburg. His mental and physical health held out longer than Fritz's had. In 1911, however, he had a kind of breakdown that was diagnosed as heart trouble, and when he had recovered, he shifted from study in the Faculty of Theology, which in Germany in 1911 Automatie Kali meant preparation for a career as a Catholic priest, to the Faculty of Philosophy. In the 1920s, Martin Heidegger left the Catholic Church with great fanfare, converting publicly to Protestantism. He said that what he objected to was the system of Catholicism, meaning presumably the philosophical straitjacket of Thomism, the hierarchical organization of the Church, and traditional forms of ecclesiastical discipline. Before he died, however, Martin arranged to have himself buried according to the rites of the Catholic Church in the graveyard of the church in Meskirche, in which he and his brother had served as altar boys in their youth. Fritz, Heidegger's son Heinrich, who had realized the ambition which each of the two brothers had originally had for himself and was a parish priest in the Black Forest village of St. Blasian, conducted the service. Page 151. The milieu in which the Heideggers lived was both highly provincial and surprisingly cosmopolitan, and Martin himself did his best to cultivate the intertwining of these two features. This combination is summed up for me in the image of Martin in March 1945, sitting with what remained of the University of Freiburg, 10 aged professors, 2 older, 2 disabled to GHT even in the Landsturm, and 30 young women, who had been evacuated to a castle, Berg Wildenstein, overlooking the Danube. Here Heidegger gave lectures on the poem by Hölderlin entitled Der Ister. Ister is the Greek name for the Danube. From the castle, one could look down into the valley in which Martin and Fritz's grandfather had been born, in the sheepfold, natus in oval, as the baptismal register had it, in 1803, page 101. A few kilometers down the Danube, at Sigmaringen, what remained of the Vichy government, Pétain, Laval, and others, including the novelist Louis Ferdinand Céline, whose novel Dune, Château et l'Autre gives a memorable portrait of this period, was GHTING over its corpse, or trying to find ways to escape the inevitable and quickly approaching day of reckoning. pp. 105-10. Easter fell on the 1st of April in 1945, so Ash Wednesday, the day on which Carnival ended and Lent began, was the 14th of February. Richard Rorty at Princeton. Personal recollections. When I arrived in Princeton during the 1970s, my addiction to tea was already long-standing and very well entrenched, but I was so concerned about the quality of the water in town, that I used to buy large containers of allegedly pure water at Davidson's, the local supermarket, which seems now to have gone out of business. I didn't, of course, have a car, and given the amount of tea I consumed, the transport of adequate supplies of water was a highly labor-intense and inconvenient matter. Dick and Mary Rorty must have noticed me lugging canisters of water home, because, with characteristic generosity, they developed the habit of calling around at my rooms in 120 Prospect, often on Sunday mornings, offering to take me by car to fill my water bottles at a hugely primitive and highly suspicious-looking outdoor water tap on the side of a pump house that was operated by the Elizabethtown Water Company on a piece of wasteland near the Institute Woods. This pump house with its copiously dripping tap was like something out of Tarkovsky's film about Russia after a nuclear accident. Stalker, and the surrounding area was a place so sinister one half expected to be attacked by packs of dogs in the final stages of radiation sickness, or by troops of feral children who had been left by their parents to fend for themselves while the parents went off to the library to finish their dissertations. On one of those Sunday mornings in that insalubrious, but somehow appropriate, landscape, Dick happened to mention that he had just finished reading Gadamer's Truth and Method. My heart sank at this news because the way he reported it seemed to me to indicate, correctly as it turned out, that he had been positively impressed by this book. I had a premonition, which also turned out to be correct, that it would not be possible for me to disabuse him of his admiration for the work of a man whom I knew rather well as a former colleague at Heidelberg, and whom I held to be a reactionary, distended windbag. Over the years I did my best to set Dick right about Gadamer, even resorting to the rather low blow of describing to him the talk Gadamer had given at the German embassy in occupied Paris in 1942, in which Gadamer discussed the positive role Herder could play. 152x in sweeping away the remnants of such corrupt and degenerate phenomena as individualism, liberalism, and democracy from the new Europe arising under National Socialism. All this had no effect on Dick. His response to this story was that Gadamer had probably wanted to finance a trip to Paris, a perfectly understandable, indeed self-evidently laudable aspiration, and, under the circumstances, getting himself invited to the German embassy was the only way to do this. As I persisted in pointing out that this in itself might, under the circumstances, not exactly constitute an exculpation, I came up against that familiar shrug of the shoulders which could look as if it meant that Dick had turned his receiving apparatus off. In this case, the shrug also made me feel that I was being hysterically aggressive in pursuing a harmless old gent for what was, after all, no more than a youthful indiscretion. In retrospect, I am not sure but that I don't now think Dick was right about this last point, but that was not my reaction at the time. What Dick found interesting in Gadamer was the idea that philosophy was a conversation. The immediate source Gadamer cites for this idea is one of the preliminary drafts of a hymn by the early 19th century German poet Hölderlin, entitled Friedensfeier. Viel hat erfahren der Mensch. Der man has learned much. Has named himmlischen Wille genannt. Many heavenly beings. Sieht ein Gespräch were sind, since we have become a conversation. Und hören können voneinander. And can hear from each other. When Hölderlin writes that we have become a conversation, this is obviously a very different kind of claim from the traditional one that speech is part of the essence of man. Dick would not have been able to accept a view that attributed to man an essence, especially a timeless essence, so it is important that Hölderlin does not speak of man as being essentially conversational, at all times and places, but as humans as having become a conversation, at a particular time, seat. Second, to speak of a conversation is to be very explicit about the inherently social nature of what makes us human, and finally the informality of the use of the word conversation, a connotation which is perhaps stronger in the German Gespräch, directs attention away from trying to understand this active ity as the activation of pre-given formal rules, or as aspiring to satisfy some antecedently given canons of cogency, relevance, or accuracy. If to be human, now, at any rate, is to take part in a, or this, conversation, then it seems but a short step from that to the claim that philosophy is important because it is a way in which the conversation maintains itself. Despite this, it was by no means a foregone conclusion that someone as deeply influenced by pragmatism as Dick would find this idea congenial. If pragmatism means not only that actions speak louder than words, Richard Rorty at Princeton 153, and one doesn't have to be a pragmatist to think that, but that they are finally the only thing that counts, the pragmatist might be expected to prefer to Hölderlin's definition of humanity as conversation, the counterclaim by Faust when he refuses to translate the first sentence of the Gospel according to St. John as "in the beginning was the Word," and insists on translating it "in the beginning was the deed. Ich kann das Wort so hoch unmöglich schätzen. I am Anfang war die Tat." It is, of course, possible to construe conversation as an etiolated form of action, and Gadamer holds that anything that can be understood can be construed as language. Sein das Verstanden werden kann, ist Sprache. It is hard to imagine a philosophy not embodied in language, despite Rabelais' fantasy, 2.19, about a philosophical disputation conducted exclusively through gestures. One still, I wonder in general whether there is not in Rorty a kind of overvaluation of the word, and a consequent undervaluation of such forms of human endeavor as politics, music, design and the visual arts, and various forms of physical discipline. Serious music, for instance, doesn't figure very visibly in Rorty's work, perhaps because he was himself completely unmusical. His ideal is the bookish intellectual, not, for instance, the Hellenic youth trained in gymnastique and musique, the man or woman who aspires to come closer to the divine by prayer and fasting, the Goethean or Humboldtian life, devoted to voracious consumption of all the different kinds of human experience, or the political activist whose life is inextricable from his or her contribution to social change. As Dick was well aware, there is an elective affinity between his ideal and the possible life prospects of a comfortable member of the bourgeoisie in a wealthy, powerful, and depoliticized country. Against Gadamer's view of the primacy of conversation, one can also cite the final, printed, version of the very poem by Hölderlin, which served to introduce this notion. Wir hat von Morgen an, starting from the morning, seit ein Gespräch wir sind und when we became a conversation, hören voneinander, and hear from each other, erfahren der Mensch, bald sind much have we experienced. We're aber Gesang but soon we shall be song. Of course, one could try to remain unimpressed here by insisting that this is, after all, just poetic hyperbole. The idea that song could replace conversation is a romantic conceit, not something to be taken too seriously. If one is going to take this tack at such a late point in the discussion. 1 Pantagruel, ed. P. Michel, Gallimard, 1964, ch. 19, pp. 269-81. 154x. Of what it was to be human, though, why start by appealing to poetry in the first place? That there is no philosophy without language might not mean that the only thing, or even the most important thing, one had to understand in the history of philosophy was its language. Song is not speech, and political action, even if it can be understood, can take place without a word. being spoken. Think of Franz de Waal's observations about political ACT among non-human primates, or recall that one of the most interesting aspects of the events of the 11th of September 2001 was that the actions were carried out wordlessly as far as the international media were concerned. There was no reading out of a set of demands in front of television cameras, no explanations, no public political announcements of any kind. No group immediately fell all over itself to try to lay claim to these actions. The leadership of al-Qaeda did not disclaim the responsibility, but also made no special attempt to issue any particular discursive statement explaining them. These actions spoke for themselves, and through them the perpetrators expressed a rather clear political judgment. But is fluoruit-ying an airplane into a building best understood as a contribution to a conversation? If students lynch their lecturer because of his heretical opinions, as seems occasionally to have happened in the Middle Ages, is that a contribution to the conversation of humanity? On another one of our visits to the Elizabethtown Water Company, Dick described to me a new undergraduate course he wanted to give. It was to be called An Alternative History of Modern Philosophy, and would sketch a continuous conversation from the end of the Middle Ages to the beginning of the 20th century without once naming any of the standard canonical figures. This would be a history of philosophy without any reference to Descartes, Locke, Leibniz, Hume, or J.S. Mill. I don't recall in all detail how the alternative story was to run, but I do remember very vividly that it was to start from Petrus Ramus. Dick had an extremely low opinion of Descartes as a philosopher, thinking of him as no more than a minor disciple of Petrus Ramus. I also remember that some of the high points were to be Paracelsus, the Cambridge Platonists, Thomas Reid, Fichte, and Hegel. I think the course was to end with Dewey, al., though I may be making that up. I thought this was a wonderful suggestion, for reasons, to be sure, that were probably rather different from those that motivated Dick, but there was one aspect of his perspective course that slightly bothered me, although I don't think I would at that time have been able to formulate my disquiet at all clearly. There was, as I would now formulate it, a slight unclarity in the conception of the course, in that it conjoined two different views of the history of philosophy that Dick had not yet fully dissociated. On the one hand, there was a kind of debunking view of the canon as an unwarranted form of hero worship. Richard Rorty at Princeton 155. Singling out some one philosopher, often for highly adventitious reasons, and inappropriately attributing to him certain ideas, theses, arguments, or methods as his unique, original contribution, when these were actually invented by someone else, were minor variations of well-known motifs, or were ideas that weren't in fact invented by anyone because they were in the air at the time. Descartes didn't invent the idea that the analytic method was the key to philosophy. Petrus Ramus did that. Or perhaps no individual did that, because the idea was in the air. So why read Descartes rather than Ramus? This view still seems to assume that we know what the key questions and the major developments in philosophy are, that it is unquestionably important to understand and assimilate these questions and issues in themselves and in their genesis if one wanted to understand philosophy at all. The only question is to whom these major developments were correctly to be attributed. The other idea is that at certain times in the past people called a certain kind of thinking and a resulting body of written work, philosophy, which from the point of view of the present seems highly eccentric in subject matter or method. There is no such thing as a universal set of philosophical questions or issues. Paracelsus wasn't remotely interested in asking or answering questions like those we find philosophical. Still, lots of people at the time thought his work a paradigm of what a philosopher should be doing. The assumption here would be that the longer and more deeply one reflected on this fact, the more one would see that philosophy at different times and places referred to different clusters of intellectual activities, none of which formed a natural kind and none of which had any inherent claim to a monopoly on the proper use of the term philosophy. Doing a history in which Paracelsus figured centrally but not Descartes, could be seen as a part of trying to give a history not so much of philosophy, as of historically differing conceptions of what philosophy was. Dick did not confuse these two things, and in fact, I learned how to distinguish them clearly only from his 1984 paper, The Historiography of Philosophy in Philosophy and History, Cambridge University Press, 1984. Rather, he was consciously relaxed about doing both as part of the same project, whether a book or a course of lectures. Actually, there was, I think, also a third and slightly different strand also present in Dick's alternative history, which is the idea that philosophy is just a form of literature. The Phi-RST reading is quasi-Marxist, i.e., philoso. Phi is construed as a matter of large-scale social movements of thought, which were integrated into a history of the way the species dealt with its natural environment, and then also with the social environment it itself created. In this story, individuals play a subordinate role, so you can just as well study Fichte as an instance of idealism as Kant. The second reading is pragmatist, of a sort. Philosophers, like everyone else, try to solve 156x problems, and what problems there are changes over time, so the history of philosophy is radically discontinuous in the longer term, although it might seem to be unitary in the short term. If, however, per the third reading, the history of philosophy is best seen as a collection of texts like a collection of, say, 18th and 19th century novels, of course one can make a non-canonical selection of those texts. A novel, though, is not self-evidently best understood as a part of a unitary attempt by human ity as a whole to deal with the world, nor is it very obviously a form of problem-solving. Dick had great admiration for Vladimir Nabokov. He was born writing like that, and, despite his well-canvassed views about the potential role of literature in generating sympathy for the oppressed, he was also at the very least strongly drawn to Nabokov's purist aesthetic and rejection of any social relevance for literature. Novels should not have any truck with what he called topical trash. In philosophy, too, one might assume the texts chosen would be ones that appealed to a refined and highly self-reflective, and also social disengaged, aesthetic sense, and structured so as to constitute a satisfying narrative. Dick had two different worries about his planned new course. The Phi-RST was that if the Committee on Instruction knew what he was up to, they would never permit it. Dick spoke of the Committee on Instruction as if it was a kind of academic thought police. One must, as it were, he said, consider the university as a complex machine with two interlocking parts, a generator that was devoted to producing excellence in relatively abstract areas of research, primarily scientific research, and then a transformer which turned the prestige acquired through this excellence into a force of repression, directed at legitimizing the deepest possible cultural and political conservatism. The combination of excellence and a strictly enforced backward-looking cultural ethos made the university an almost irresistible magnet for the extensive funding from the alumni, large corporations, and the government that fueled the generator. The Committee on Instruction was the transmission belt between the two parts of the machine. That is the way a great university protects itself from change, Dick would say to me, as a kind of refrain during the late 1970s, meaning by change, I presume, in the Phi-RST instance, cultural change. I naively objected that Dick's description couldn't possibly be correct because such a structure couldn't possibly maintain itself It was like a confidence trick or a perpetual motion machine. Reality would eventually break through at some point. Dick, however, was, at that time, significantly more disillusioned, or perhaps more realistic, than I was. I never was able to determine whether he thought I was right in tacitly assuming that there were, on the one hand, some universities that were serious enterprises, as it were, all the way down, and that operated according to the principles of merit and scholarship. Then there were Richard Rorty Princeton 157. The cunning but deceptive ones, who diverted their acquired prestige to dodgy ends. Unfortunately, the dodgy ones could be successful for any extended period of time, as long as they could keep their motors running. Perhaps Dick thought that this whole distinction between the serious and the dubious couldn't be made. After all, in some sense the excellence was genuine. Or perhaps he thought that it was unimportant. How such a machine originally came into being and how it started to operate was a complicated question, but once the apparatus was fully working, as long as Princeton had enough power, in the FIRST instance real power in the form of money, property, and other real entitlements, but also the associated forms of symbolic capital, control of patronage, access to influential people, etc., barring unforeseen catastrophes, it could keep the system going indefinitely. It had worked for 100 years, Dick said. Why not, if the money and power held out, for 200 more? Dick's second worry about this planned course was that he did not quite see how he could tell his story without mentioning Kant at all, and even to mention Kant would be to violate the rationale of the course. Since I had at least as negative an opinion of Kant as Dick had of Descartes, I encouraged him to move directly from Jacobi to Fichte, bypassing Kant altogether. He didn't seem very taken with this idea, although it was not clear to me why not. I suppose anyone who knew Dick knew his sometimes uncanny capacity simply to allow a train of thought that was moving in a direction he found uncongenial to peter out without it ever being completely clear why no further step in the conversation was made. This was not merely a gift or skill he had, but a personality trait that was integral to an aspect of Dick's philosophical makeup which I have already mentioned, his deeply rooted anti-Cartesianism. Once one has set the origin of a system of Cartesian coordinates, and specify the axes, one can continue to count off in any direction ad libitum. In Descartes this thought is presented in a rather optimistic way. We can always go on and will, as it were, never run out of space which we can measure. It is possible to take roughly the same thought in a pessimistic way, as in Beckett. Descartes remained a recurring obsession. With Beckett, it is probably no accident that one of his earliest published works is a long poem on Descartes, Horoscope. The narrator in Beckett's talks incessantly, describing the contents of the visual field, recalling things he saw in the past, speculating about the identity of the objects apparently moving past him and laws of their motion, but the need to do this is experienced as a kind of horrible compulsion. The work ends with the unnameable narrator addressing himself and articulating this compulsion. You must go on. I can't go on. I'll go on. Dick's reply to Descartes and to Beckett would be, why exactly must you go on? 158x. What particular questions you ask? Where you need to keep asking questions. What is in the center of attention? What on the periphery? And what in the darkness outside? In what circumstances and to what exact extent clarity and explicitness are good things, and in what circumstances mere approximation, or silence, will do just as well? None of any of this was written in stone, inherently in the human breast, in the starry heavens, or in Plato's hyperoraneos topos. Still in the end there seemed to me to be an unclarity about whether this was finally a pragmatist or an aestheticist position. Was philosophy a response to questions, which, though they arose contingently and were constantly changing, were tions to which we needed a response, which philosophy, or even, only, philosophy, could give? Or was it a free aesthetic activity? I suspect Dick would have tried to deny that this was the alternative with which we were faced. Don't we in some sense need to be freely active as much as we need to solve the practical problems that arise in dealing with our natural and social world? This would move Dick back in the direction of the young Hegelianism which inspired the young Dewey, and the critical theory which interested me. Whether this way of trying to unify the two strands is a genuine resolution of a real difficulty, an evasion, or a misapprehension on my part is a question I have never been able to answer to my own satisfaction. Dick was deeply tolerant and amazingly generous both in action and in spirit. When I was appointed at Princeton, he had, I think, some hopes of acquiring a colleague with whom he could discuss the more metaphysical parts of the German philosophical tradition that were near the center of his attention at that time. It must have been at least a mild disappointment to him that I had little interest in any kind of metaphysics and spent my time studying philosophers like Adorno who were of no interest to him and thinking about social theory, at that time a purported academic discipline that has now disappeared as completely as Davidson's. Characteristically, Dick used to say to people that my first book, The Idea of a Critical Theory, showed the uselessness of the concept of ideology, whereas I thought it showed the reverse. We could also find no common ground in aesthetics because of my own obsession with the philosophy of music. Dick seemed not only, as I have mentioned, like Freud, to be deeply unmusical, but he sometimes seemed even slightly irritated by the very existence of music and certainly by the thought that someone could take it sufficiently seriously to try to think about it in a sustained and systematic way. Finally, I think it puzzled him that I systematically avoided ever giving any instruction in the university on Heidegger. None of this in the least diminished the unstinting intellectual and academic support he gave me in the most diverse contexts over decades, which went far beyond anything I can have been thought to deserve. Richard Rorty Princeton 159. As the years went by, and we both left Princeton, I am afraid the incipient intellectual and emotional gulf between us got wider, especially after what I saw as Dick's turn toward ultranationalism with the publication of Constructing Our Country. Dick had always been and remained to the end of his life a liberal, in the American sense, i.e., a social democrat, a defender of civil liberties and of the extension of a full set of civic rights to all, a vocal supporter of the labor unions and of programs to improve the conditions of the poor, an enemy of racism, cruelty, arbitrary authority, and social exclusion. On the other hand, I found that he also enjoyed a spot of jokey leftist baiting when he thought I was adopting knee-jerk positions which he held to be ill-founded. That was all fair enough. I tried not to rise to the bait, and usually succeeded, but this did not contribute to making our relation easier or more comfortable for me. The high, or low, depending on one's perspective, point of this sort of thing occurred sometime in the 1980s when Dick sent me a postcard from Israel telling me he had just been talking with the Israeli official responsible for organizing targeted assassinations of Arab mayors on the West Bank. He closed by saying he thought this was just what the situation required. I often wondered whether in acting in this provocative way he was treating me as he would have liked to have treated his father, a well-known poet and man of the relatively hard left, who eventually, as Dick put it, became prey to very powerful fantasies on which he was perfectly willing to act. Dick had to have him institutionalized after some potentially murderous outbreak. Probably by wondering about this, I was trying to convince myself that I had an importance in Dick's imagination that I surely did not have. Constructing our country, though, represented a step too far for me. The very idea that the United States was special has always seemed to me patently absurd, and the idea that in its present, any of its past, or any of its likely future configurations it was in any way exemplary, a form of gross narcissistic self-deception which was not transformed into something laudable by virtue of being embedded in a highly sophisticated theory which purported to show that ethnocentrism was in a philosophy, cali deep sense unavoidable. I remain very grateful to my Catholic upbringing and education for giving me relative immunity to nationalism. In the 1950s, the nuns who taught me from age 5A to 12 were virtue ally all Irish or Irish American, with sentimental attachment to certain elements of Celtic folklore, but they made sure to inculcate into us that the only serious human society was the Church, which was an explicitly international organization. The Mass, in the international language, Latin, was the same everywhere. The religious orders were international. This absence of national limitation was something very much to be cherished. Catholica, in the phrase, credo in, anam, sanctam, Catholicam, 160x, et apostolicam ecclesiam, should, we were told, be written with a lower case, not an upper case, initial because it was not in the first instance part of the proper name of the Church, but an adjective meaning universal, and this universality was one of the most important marks of the true Church. The head of the Church, to be sure, and vicar of Christ on earth, was in fact, at that time, always an Italian, but that was for contingent and insignificant reasons. The reason most commonly cited by these nuns was that, as Bishop of Rome, the Pope had to live in the eternal city, but only an Italian could stand to live in Rome. It was hot, noisy, and overcrowded, and the people there ate spaghetti for dinner every day, rather than proper food, i.e., potatoes, so it would be too great a sacrifice to expect someone who had not grown up in Italy to tolerate life there. I clearly remember being unconvinced by this argument, thinking it set inappropriately low standards of self-sacrifice for the higher clergy. A genuinely saintly character should be able to put up even with pasta for lunch and dinner every day. I have since myself adopted this diet for long periods of time without thinking it gave me any claim on the papacy. In any case, it was obvious even to a child of 6 or 7 that none of these sisters had ever been within 1,000 kilometers of Rome. Similarly, the mostly Hungarian priests who taught me from age 12 in a boarding school near Philadelphia had some residual Habsburg loyalties. Grillparzer and Nestroy played a larger part in the curriculum than they would have in some other schools, but they were all very distinctly tri- or quadrilingual men of the world, who knew very well that it was the accidents of history, specify cali the closure of their schools by the Hungarian communist regime in the late 1940s, and the failure of the uprising of 1956, that had brought them to a culturally insignificant place they would in the normal course of events never have chosen even to visit. They were not in any doubt but that the United States, in the 1950s and early 1960s, was an empire which engaged in continuous displays of exaggerated self-praise, as all such empires had always done, showed its soft side when that was politically expedient, but was as capable of impatient, insouciant, or fully intended brutality as any other empire. These points were driven home pretty sharply in between discussions of the syntax, lexis, and meter of Virgil's Aeneid. His ego nec metas rerum nec tempora pono, imperium sine fine dedi. I. 277-78. That's what they all think, in their prime, the rerum domini. Et gentis togate, it didn't usually last. The 2 Spanish priests on the staff had had some experience in Central America and did not refrain from enlightening anyone interested about the operations of the United Fruit Company and the CIA. there and about some of the uses to which the U.S. Marines were put. All the priests made the assumption, which was all the more effective for not usually even ever being explicitly articulate. Richard Rorty Princeton 161. Lated, that American power, influence, and prosperity, and the relatively relaxed and tolerant regulation of the non-political aspects of everyday life which such prosperity permitted, were highly contingent and transitory, a result of a geographical and historical conjunction that would not last or recur. McCarthy had recently shown how thin and fragile the veneer of tolerance was. We were all encouraged to get on with our lives as quickly as possible. The prosperity and relative freedom might last 20, even 30 or 40 years, but that would be it, and the bubble could unexpectedly burst even more quickly than that, so it was best to make the most of the resources on offer at the moment. Philadelphia in 1960 was a pale shadow of Vienna in 1830. City Hall was a second-rate imitation of Vienna's Rathaus, the lyric opera a poor provincial cousin of the Volksoper, and the orchestra, like virtually all the other major American orchestras in the era of Zell and Solti, was directed by a Hungarian, Eugene Ormandy. The recently departed John Foster Dulles was a kind of latter-day Metternich, and NATO was the Holy Alliance. One might in the final analysis prefer the Holy Alliance to its opponents, but that was no reason to idealize it. Looking back from the present, 2007, one can see that the Imperium in fact lasted longer than expected. 5 FTY or 60 years from 1945 rather than 20 or 30, and everyone else, amazingly enough, seemed to realize it was an Imperium only as its star was discernibly beginning to wane about the turn of the 21st century. Perhaps Hegel was right about the owl of Minerva. Even more oddly, they seemed to mistake the dusk of an empire gradually coming to an end with the early dawn of a new imperial period. A miscalculation by 30 or 40 years may be very significant in the biography of an individual, but historically it changes little. The priests who taught me were capable of taking both the long and the short view. Their attitude to the then-present, 1960, was already proleptically elegiac, summed up by the plaintive song I can still recall hearing played repeatedly on some kind of primitive gramophone. So war's anno 30 in Wien, und die Zeit, sie kommt nimmer zurück. That's the way it was in 1830 in Vienna, and that time will never return. Vienna survived even the revolutionary year 1848, and lingered on until 1918, albeit much diminished. Similarly, after 2 or 3 decades, or, if it came to it, 5 or 6 decades, of affluence, the United States would gradually settle back into a kind of shabby obscurity, like one of the Latin American places in Conrad, or that would later be described in the novels of Gabriel Garcia Marquez. For these nuns and priests believing that the United States was a city upon a hill, would have been simply a bit of risible Protestant nonsense, palpably contrary to religion, historical experience, and common sense, like believing in banshees or vampires. 162x. Originally I took Dick's forays into the world of patriotism as one of his little ironic jokes, as when he would offer to run me home in his car instead of letting me walk because we have to burn the oil while we have it. When I realized he was actually serious, I was first perplexed, and then appalled. Perhaps it will be thought that I overreacted to this for 2 reasons. First of all, this sort of nationalism is a very common phenomenon in many places, and many of these expressions of national sentiment are perfectly harmless, if not very edifying, like the obsession with pseudo-Celtic knickknackery among the Irish Americans of my mother's generation. In particular, it is also the case that many people in the United States, given the geography and history of the country, the constriction of what the mass communications network offers, and the political agenda of those in charge, really have no way of overcoming their provincial view of the world. One must try to muster as much understanding of this phenomenon as possible, and see that it is not the fault of many of the individuals involved, who really could not be expected, especially in the increasingly difficult economic conditions, to make the great effort that would be required to break out of the world. According to CNN or the New York Times. Still, Dick's case seemed to me different first of all because he had relative economic security, leisure for reflection, access to information, and ample intelligence and good will. He ought, I felt, to have known better. The second reason Dick's lapse seemed to me serious was that although nowadays, although not, perhaps, in 1920, decorating the house with pictures of shamrocks is innocuous, preaching nationalism of any kind to a country armed to the teeth with every possible weapon, hyperaggressive, resentful in the face of its incipient economic and political decline, and prone to paranoia is very dangerous indeed. Hegel says at some point that a great man causes others to write commentaries about him and his work. I have probably spent more time thinking about Dick than about anyone else outside my narrow circle of intimates. His philosophical position contains much of great interest and importance, along with, as one would expect, some things I cannot bring myself to agree with, but that position is clearly and plausibly put, and elaborated and defended with great ingenuity. As a person, however, he remained a complete mystery to me. I rarely had the sense I really understood why he did anything he did. There seemed to be a deep streak of weirdness in his personality and beliefs. I experienced this as being very odd because I don't find most people that unfathomable. Although it must also be said that generally I don't care that much about why most of the people I know act as they do. Perhaps it is simply that I cared enough in his case to want genuinely to understand him, because I admired him more than I cared about understanding other people. And Richard Rorty at Princeton 163. So was not satisfied in his case with the superficial explanations of people's behavior which we normally accept. As a person Dick was thoroughly lovable, and as a philosopher both extraordinarily perceptive and, at times, intensely irritating. The one thing he was not ever, was predictable or boring. I won't see his like again in my lifetime. I hope he would have been pleased to know that he would be remembered as this kind of person and this kind of philosopher. 11. Melody as death. Human memory is a tricky phenomenon. We remember so easily what we take pleasure in recalling, and also what we most defy nightly do not wish to recall. Sometimes if one is quick and nimble enough, one can even catch the process of reconstructing one's past in memory on the hop, that is, one can recall the original impression and also the gradual way in which it began to fade, shift, and be transformed. Very occasion. Ally, the original experience is so vivid, one cannot help thinking it is preserved in the mind in a form that excludes serious error or uncertainty about it. I have had 24 or so moments like that in my life, and one of them was connected to Wagner. My father was a steelworker in the Fairless Works of U.S. Steel in Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. Access to music in a working-class household during the early 1950s was limited. There was the local AM radio. My grandmother had a primitive gramophone, and some people had 45 record players which spouted a few moments of pop or rock music. That was about it. My father had a pleasant, but of course completely untrained, light tenor voice, and he sang in the U.S. Steelworkers Chorus, a group of 12 or so men who put on dark blazers, provided by U.S. Steel in an attempt to gain public goodwill, 6 or 8 times a year, and performed Christmas carols, Broadway show tunes, and perhaps the odd light classical piece. When I was about 11 or 12, I had a school friend from a slightly more affluent background than mine who invited me over one afternoon and played an LP record on the new hi-fi system his parents had just purchased. The recording was of the beginning of Act 3 of Walküre, The Ride of the Valkyries. I distinctly recall two impressions I had in quick succession that are among the most vivid I have ever received. The first was simply that of being overwhelmed by the richness and complexity of the sound, and the electricity of those crisply executed initial upward reaching flourishes in B minor, as I now have learned to call it, in the first 4 bars. More indescribable flourishes on the horns and bassoons followed, and then the alternation of the ascending motif with descending slurred quintuplets in the violins. Melody as Dia Th 165. The second impression I recall is my disappointment, in fact complete and utter dejection, when the horns and the bass trumpet entered forte at bar 13, and an easily discernible motif emerged very clearly as an individual theme from the general whirl of sound. I remember thinking, oh, no, there is a tune in this after all. Obviously what I had especially liked about the beginning was that there was no discernible melody, and it disturbed me that the entrance of the horns and bass trumpet retrospectively turned what I had previously heard as a mere pattern of dotted eighth notes, starting in the horns and bassoons in bar 5, into the precursor of a tune. What did I have against tunes? I knew only music with clear tunes. What I had liked about this music was that it seemed to be articulated sound without a distinct melodic line. This was something utterly outside my previous experience. To hear for the first time music that was structured but not standardly individuated was exalting. It was a liberation, for which I have never ceased to be grateful. The experience of liberation, genuine as it was not the whole story, though. There was also the sense of being let down when there did turn out to be a melody after all. I would not have been able to express it clearly at the time, but I believe that my reaction to this initial encounter with Wagner had its power partly because it reactivated a memory of an other event in the then recent past involving music and my father, which had called forth in me intense but deeply ambiguous feelings. Wagner himself was well aware, as I discovered much later when I read his theoretical works, that the well-defined thought, sentence, image, or musical theme is not as good a vehicle for ambiguities as a wash or ocean of sound is. My father suffered from Crohn's disease, a severe, and in his case recurrent, ulceration of the small intestine, for which, at the time of its onset in 1948, there was no treatment except surgery, so in a series of operations he gradually had most of his small intestine removed. During my childhood I was always told to be ready for him to die at any moment. This is what the doctors were said to be predicting, and the loss of most of his intestine seriously impaired his ability to absorb nutriments, so, no matter how much he ate, he looked like a skeleton. In between bouts of the disease and recovery from surgery, however, he continued to work in the mill and to sing in the steel workers' chorus. One Christmas they gave a concert, the high point of which was the carol, O Holy Night. The end of this had an ossia section, with the top variant ending on a long sustained high note, I believe a high C with fair mata. Most of the men could not sing the upper variant at all. My father could, just barely, although he had a tendency to run out of breath and cut off the fermata slightly before the director wanted. I watched and 166:11 listened at the rehearsals as my father tried again and again to sustain the note to full value, and again failed. The evening of the performance was tense. At the crucial point, I could hear my father's voice soar out, alone, in the upper ossia, loud and clear above the dull sound of the rest of the chorus, like the sharply defined theme in the Ride of the Valkyries. He hit the final note, held it rmly for its full value. This seemed to go on forever, and collapsed on stage. Individua, tion, of course, is tantamount to death, in that only that which steps out of the amorphous state of indifferentiated mere existence, and takes on a distinct shape of its own, comes to live at all, and perhaps sing its own asia, but then must die. My father was not dead, but had, it turned out, merely hyperventilated. Wagner's Valkyries were predatory scavengers, picking up corpses from the battlefield, slinging them over their saddles, and making off with them. When I listened for the first time to my friend's LP of the beginning of Act 3 of Walkyer in 1958, the appearance of an individuated tune meant, I assumed, that they were coming for him. He would have to be warned, or not. It was, however, as I well knew, already too late. My father already looked like a walking corpse, and, sadly enough, the Valkyries had long since got him. This was a terrifying, but also oddly attractive, and deeply depressing train of thought. Wagner, as we all know, prided himself on having access to hidden depths in the human soul, areas that human society, what he called the state, had declared taboo. The inextricable mixture of love for, fear and hatred of, pride in, and disappointment with one's father is one of these. How could 15 bars of mere orchestral music open that abyss? I have no idea, but I know it happened. One could not, perhaps, ever close it, but one could try to turn away. The price for doing that would be an impoverishment of one's life, and this is a price which I have done my best not to pay. Wagner's music has remained an integral part of my life ever since. 12. On bourgeois philosophy and the concept of criticism. At some point in 1931, Ludwig Wittgenstein wrote a note about his colleague Frank Ramsey, who had died the previous year at the age of 27. This note reads, Ramsey war ein bürgerlicher Denker. D.H. Sein Gedenken hatten den Zweck, die Dingen einer gegebenen Gemeinde zu ordnen. Dachte nicht, über das Wesen des Staats nach, oder doch nicht gern, sondern dar, über wie man diesen Staat vernünftig einrichten kann. Der Gedenk, dass dieser Staat nicht der einzig mögliche sei, Bunruheit ihn Teils lang, weilte ihn. Wollt so geschwind als möglich dahin kommen, über die Grundlagen dieses Staats nachzudenken. Hier lag sein Fähigkeit und sein eigentliches Interesse, waren die eigentlich philosophisch überall. Gang ihn Bunruheit, bis ihr Resultat, wenn sie eins hatte, als trivial, zur Zeit Schab. 1. Ramsey was a bourgeois thinker. That is to say, his thoughts had as their goal the ordering of the things in a given community. He did not riffle about the essence of the state, or at any rate he did not like doing this. Rather he thought merely how one could arrange this state in a rational way. The thought that this state might not be the only possible one partly disturbed him and partly bored him. He wanted to come as quickly as possible to reflection about the foundation of this state. Here is where his ability and his real interest lay, whereas genuine philosophical reflection disturbed him until he pushed its results, if it had any, aside as trivial. R.G. I am very grateful to my colleagues in the Cambridger Philosophisches Forschungsschule, Loquium, Manuel Dries, Fabian Freienhagen, Richard Roch, Georg Schaub, and Chris Tien Skirk, for extensive discussion of an earlier version of this essay. Although I have in the end ignored their well-intentioned and well-argued advice that I withhold this paper from publication pending further revision. 1. Ludwig Wittgenstein, Vermischt Bemerkungen, Surkamp, 1977, page 40. I am particularly indebted to Richard Roch for numerous conversations about the philosophy of Wittgenstein from which I have learned much. 168-12. This note is extremely interesting for a number of reasons, not least for the use of the term bourgeois to describe the basic philosophical stance of Ramsay. To call Ramsay a bourgeois thinker seems to mean for Wittgenstein, among other things, that Ramsay is not at all interested in, perhaps is even actively hostile to, the very idea of radical criticism of our state, and presumably our society, as it is now constituted. Ramsay, in fact, thought that history and politics are not suited for discussion, except by experts. Others are simply in the position of requiring more information, until they have acquired all available information can not do anything but accept on authority the opinions of those better qualified. 2. This was congruent with Ramsay's general view that essentially philosophy is a system of definitions. 3. In philosophy we take the propositions we make in science and everyday life and exhibit them in a logical system with primitive terms, definitions, etc. 4. Beyond exchange of information and the ordering of that information there is no significant cognitive task. Discussion of the old general questions become either technical or ridiculous. 5. One might wonder, as against Ramsay, whether it was not possible to think that the acquisition of correct information and well-supported general theories was of the utmost importance for the study of politics and human society, and yet refrain from drawing the conclusion that the only task was to order what we have into a coherent system. If, with Ramsay, one does reject, whether from boredom or anxiety, the very idea that there could be some, fundamentally, other kind of state, then surely any attempt to criticize our state and society, radically, i.e., down to its very roots, must seem pointless. The only task left for the thinker would be one of discovering cognitively the order which really existing social institutions and practices in fact exhibit, and perhaps proposing to rearrange them in minor ways within a basic social framework that is unquestioned and remains presupposed as invariant. The principle of such a rearrangement would be people's feelings. 6. Indeed, within a closed universe like the one envisaged here, to what else could one appeal? Whether or not Wittgenstein was correct in his historical analysis of the structure and motivation of Ramsay's thinking, one might still wonder whether this kind of philosophizing was most appropriately described as bourgeois. 2. Frank P. Ramsay, The Foundations of Mathematics, Routledge, 1960, pp. 287-88. 3. Ibid. Page 263. 4. Ibid. Page 263. 5. Ibid. Page 290. 6. Ibid. Page 291. Bourgeois Philosophy and Criticism 169. Perhaps the best way to pursue this thought is by reflecting on the terms with which bourgeois is often notionally contrasted. There are at least 3 of these that have special philosophical importance. 7. First, bourgeois as opposed to aristocratic or feudal. Second, bourgeois as opposed to bohemian or artistic. 8. And third, bourgeois as opposed to radical or revolutionary. What for our purposes is the bedrock sense which underlies all 3 usages is one that derives from a historical analysis of the realities and the ideologies of the ancient regime. During the period before the French Revolution, the bourgeoisie was a particular legal, political, and social group, an estate or order, which was distinguished from 2 other orders, the feudal aristocracy and the clergy. 9. Bourgeois then would refer to those characteristic properties of the members of that third estate that were not thought to be shared by aristocracy and clergy. 10. The basic intuition behind the contrast of feudal and bourgeois was that a feudal aristocracy derived a certain legitimation of their status from the traditional standing of their dynastic lineage, and they led lives devoted to the pursuit of honor, particularly military honor, as a special kind of socially based, non-utilitarian virtue. The clergy, too, had a privileged social position which was justified by reference to a non-utilitarian form of consciousness, that of religious faith. Such faith gave access to truths that were understood as potentially going beyond, or even violating all the usual canons of quotidian rationality. Forms of interaction in our everyday social world were construed, in accordance with Christian doctrine, as inherently unstable and in some sense not real. So it made no sense to devote anything more than the absolutely minimally required amount of energy to dealing with them. Anyone seeking fundamental existential satisfaction in them was deeply deluded. The right attitude was to turn away from this world in self-abnegation and prayer. 11. 7. Of course, there are at least two further distinctions, bourgeois, peasant, and bourgeois, proletarian, which play an important role in philosophy influenced by Lenin's materialism and empiro-criticism, but I will not explore these distinctions in this paper. 8. See especially Thomas Mann, Tonio Kroger. 9. Needless to say, the historical claims in this section of the paper are true only, at best, as crude phi-rst approximations. So, for instance, during the later periods of the ancient regime, the aristocracy contained both members of the old, landowning, military feudal caste, and the holders of certain royal offices, noblesse de robe. 10. It is important to keep in mind that what is at issue here is the meaning of a concept, not a proper account of the reality to which that concept refers. Thus, it does not matter whether or not the clergy or the feudal aristocracy was in fact more or less soberly calculating than the bourgeoisie. For the history of the concept, what is important is what were widely thought to be the characteristics of each estate. 11. The best model of this is Augustine. See his Confessiones, ed. Martinus Scutella, Teubner, 1996, 170-12. In contrast to both of the two other estates, the bourgeoisie was functionally the estate not of military political power or of religion, but of mundane, everyday life, of manufacture and commerce. Characteristically, members of the bourgeoisie might be interested in their credit rating, and perhaps in a certain kind of general reputation for respectability, but not in their honor in the sense in which the aristocracy used this term, or rather, whether or not they, as individuals, were interested in something they called their honor. There was no socially effective mechanism by which members of this order could pursue this interest in the way the nobles did. Members of the bourgeoisie were, after all, nicht satisfaktionsfähig. They could not, that is, phi-ght duels with feudal aristocrats because the aristocrats would not condescend to phi-ght with them, and thus excluded them from the existing system of honor. Similarly, the bourgeoisie were not characteristically keen on miracles, the active castigation of the fluid esh, or the devaluation of the satisfactions to be obtained in this world. As Max Weber pointed out, 12. An order like the bourgeoisie, which is devoted to peaceful, systematically organized commerce, requires a world that is stable, disenchanted, secure, unchanging in its basic structure, surveyable and analyzable, and about which it is possible to make reliable predictions. In contrast to the mercurial temperament of the aristocrat who wagers all on the outcome of a single battle or a throw of the dice, and to the otherworldly faith of the clergy, the bourgeois is sober, orderly, moderate, calculating, utilitarian, but has a characteristically distorted temporal horizon, being oriented toward the acquisition of objects of solid value in the short and medium term future, but relatively unconcerned with the distant past, the fluid eating moment, or an eschatological world to come. In strong contrast to the official ideology of the clerical establishment, the bourgeois is actively and intensely engaged in this worldly transactions in a manner which in Practice at the very least shows no fundamental disgust at these activities, taking them as if participation in them did not require special justification. The characteristically bourgeois attitude toward this world and its objects is deeply affirmative. The world of the bourgeoisie is not, to be sure, one of complete eleatic immobility, or Laplacian predictability. Without change, no commerce. But the change in question must be moderate and regulated within a surveyable framework. If the whole economy really were to be totally regulated by a Geuss plan, the function of the bourgeoisie would be replaced by that of various functionaries, whose tasks would be those of mere 12-Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft. Moore, 1972, pp. 502-3. The locus classicus is die protestantische Ethik und der Geist des Kapitalismus, in Gesellschaftliche Aufsatz zur Religions. Sociology. Moore, 1963, Volume 1, pp. 1-236. Bourgeois Philosophy and Criticism 171. Routinized administration. Berger, Beamter, of course, is another possible contrast. On the other hand, the bourgeois world cannot survive if there is too much unpredictable change, if hyperinflation renders assets worthless overnight, sudden depletion of resources makes certain whole branches of trade non-viable, the stock market is abolished by political events, or if religious prophecies of an eschatological kind are realized, and people give away all their worldly goods, etc., few of the characteristic beliefs, habits, and convictions of the bourgeoisie will retain their relevance. In the Phi-RST contrast, bourgeois, clerical, feudal, we start with the notion of a functionally and then legally specified group with distinct duties, obligations, and rights, which is clearly contrasted with other well-defined social groups. Then we move to a certain form of life, a certain set of characteristic attitudes, interests, and beliefs, and finally, we discover a style of thinking. In general usage, the second contrast between bourgeois and bohemian refers less immediately and clearly to a specified social configuration or legal order and more to a style of living and thinking. Bohemia refers to a sector of society that is outside the main armature of predictable commerce, and devoted to art, knowledge, entertainment, leisure, and other non-productive forms of social activity. In the late 18th and 19th centuries, this group would have included actors, prostitutes, traveling musicians, and déclassé intellectuals like proto-journalists. In the 20th century, beatniks, hippies, certain kinds of artists, denizens of certain alternative scenen, and the trust fund supported children of the wealthy who infest certain fashionable urban areas and the penumbra of certain universities. However, this is not as well defined a social, legal, or economic group as the clergy, or the aristocracy, was. The primary emphasis is on the attitudes or psychological traits, individual ways of living, not on the formal legal or real economic status of an actual social group. A bohemian is someone who does not have a utilitarian orientation toward solid values and the middle-term future, but who seems more deeply devoted to display or appearance, aesthetic properties, or mediate gratify cation. This usually accompanies a failure to appreciate the respectability which resides in conformity to the details of prevailing style, fashion, and morality, and which forms the backbone of the ethos of the bourgeoisie, who have good reason to be constantly concerned about their credit-worthiness. 13. The bohemian belongs with those types of character whom Baudelaire describes in Painter de la Vie. 13. Max Weber, Die protestantische Ethik und der Geist des Kapitalismus, in Gesellschaftliche Aufsatz zur Religionssoziologie. Moore, 1963, Volume 1, pp. 1-236. 172-12. Moderna 14 as the archetypical, modern, and urban, men, the floruit anniers, and dandies. Despite some appearances to the contrary, the Kingdom of Bohemia is often thought not to be a realm from which any form of serious social criticism can be originated, because it is parasitic on the real operations of society. The Bohemian artist can turn up his nose at the bourgeois because he can rely on the fact that the bourgeois actu ally organizes the provision of food and other commodities and services, without which the Bohemian could not really exist. The third use of bourgeois identifies it with one term of the opposition, reformist, radical. As the etymology of the term suggests, a radical account of some phenomenon would be one that goes to the root of the phenomenon in question, and radical criticism is a call for a fundamental transformation of the status quo. Reformist, in contrast, relates to changes in the superficial form that problems or difficulties take. To shift to a medical metaphor, we might say that reform East proposals treat symptoms rather than causes. Thus, radical can be used as a term of contrast to bourgeois. Other uses are, of course, possible, because the bourgeois is interested not in the roots of social phenomena, but merely, for instance, in procedures through which existing structures can be modified in minor ways to increase profit or decrease visible instances of particularly gross and egregious injustice or forms of entrenched immorality that are thought to be especially excessive or otherwise scandalous. As suggested above, the bourgeois requires stability of the framework, and is generally characterized by a deeply affirmative attitude toward the world as we know it. Philosophically, this expresses itself in a predisposition to assume that a conceptual vindication of the rationality and positive value of the world as we know it can be given. The commitment of the bourgeoisie to fixity of the basic social and economic framework does not imply immobilism, and the affirmative nature of bourgeois thinking does not imply a complete lack of criticism. Bourgeois philosophy starts from the claim that the world is basically or fundamentally in order. However, this does not mean that every detail is as it should be. One needn't be naive or simple-minded in developing the bourgeois project. The world is full of individual problems, issues, as people now say, pain, hard choices, and these cannot be simply denied or treated as if they did not exist. Not even the most self-satisfied member of the traditional bourgeoisie that was depicted by Balzac was that foolish. To say that the world is basically in order is not to exclude the possibility of the need for local criticism and reform. As Hegel thought, Prussia, as a modern, Protestant, potentially, constitutional monarchy. 14 in Écrits sur l'art, Gallimard, 1971, Volume 2, pp. 133 ff. Bourgeois Philosophy and Criticism 173, was basically rationally acceptable. However, it needed some minor reforms, a constitution, universal trial by jury, and a few further institutional bits and bobs which Hegel could specify. The criticism, to be sure, must be reformist, not revolutionary, that is, it had to accept the basic structure of the society as given and even in some sense endorse it, but suggest that certain subordinate features or structures must, for one reason or another, be modified. A further assumption of reformist criticism is that such a modification of a subordinate feature is possible within the existing global structure. The primordially bourgeois attitude is that expressed by Tancredi in Lampedusa's novel The Leopard. If we want things to stay as they are, things will have to change. 15 So, the reforms must be ones that allow everything basically to stay the same. Hegel's logic is partly an attempt to describe how the same basic structure can maintain itself through reformist change, but also, although it is unclear to what extent this is intended, under what circumstances the basic structure will not be able to maintain itself. 16. To put it a slightly different way, the whole idea of putting critique or criticism of a restricted kind into the center of human attention was itself an integral part of the bourgeois project. A feudal lord or a high cleric did not criticize. The lord originally used his High Street or sword, or, later, appealed to tradition, or to the inborn tact and judgment of the gentleman, who knew what was required in every situation without necessarily being able even to say beforehand what that was. The cleric appealed to faith, the consensus of the Church Fathers, or the decision of the Pope. Commitment to criticism of a further undefined sort was therefore not in itself in any sense a commitment to leave the comfort-able world which the bourgeoisie had made for itself. Criticism, after all, was the watchword and main tool of that arch-bourgeois figure. The encyclopedist bourgeois philosophy refers in the first instance to a particular historical complex, like Christianity, liberalism, or feudalism, in which, over the course of time, various different elements emerge successively. 15. Tomasi di Lampedusa, The Leopard, trans. Archibald Colquhoun. Vintage, 2007, page 19. This is a complicated example because Tancredi is a member of the Sicilian noble ity, and he makes this statement in the context of explaining why he is going off to join a rebellion against the king. As he puts it himself in this same passage, unless we ourselves, i.e., members of the nobility, take a hand now, they'll foist a republic on us. However, the point here is that Tancredi has a new bourgeois attitude which his uncle, the prince, a genuine representative of the older feudal aristocracy, does not comprehend. 16. The distinction between reformist and revolutionary criticism is not the same as the distinction between internal and external criticism. Internal, external, refers, as it were, to the structure of the criticism and perhaps the source of the critical energy. Reform. Revolution refers to the extent of change required to obviate criticism. 174.12. As differentially prominent and important. For phenomena like this, it would be inappropriate to expect to be able to find a formal definition, which would cover all and only forms of philosophizing which we are inclined to call bourgeois. 17. Might be tempted to say that to call a kind of philosophizing bourgeois is to refer to a holistic property of it, and certainly not to any individual property or collection of individual properties that could be ticked off in a list. Within the generally bourgeois approach, however, there are historically more deeply embedded elements and less deeply embedded elements. Two of the most deeply embedded elements are a set of views about the nature of knowledge, and a particular kind of theoretical and practical optimism. An archetypically bourgeois form of philosophy, that is constituted by a commitment to the existence of a clear, well-grounded, secure, or certain, instrumentally useful kind of knowledge which is our fundamental mode of making sense of our world and which I can reliably use to help me get around in and deal with the re-ally existing natural and social environment. This knowledge is assumed to be of great importance to human life, and it is further tacitly assumed that we ought to cultivate it assiduously and extend its domain and scope as much as possible, and 2. A basic commitment to a positive solution to the problem of theodicy in something like the expansive sense in which Hegel uses that term, i.e., commitment to the view that it is possible to demonstrate discursively that the world as a whole is rational, good, and basically conformable to human interests, needs, and aspirations, so that we should warmly embrace and affirm it. 18. To put one ideal typical conjunction of these two components in a slightly more analyzed form, the basically instrumental, theodicic struck Touré of bourgeois philosophy might be represented as follows. 17 C. Nietzsche, zur Genealogie der Moral, in Kritische Studienausgabe, ed. Coley and Montanari, de Gruyter, 1976, Volume 5. I have discussed the methodological issues of this kind of inquiry before in print, and so do not propose to repeat this discussion here. Anyone interested in this can consult R. Geuss, History and Illusion in Politics, Cambridge University Press, 2001, pp. 6-10, 51-52, 69-73. Public Goods, Private Goods, Princeton University Press, 2001, pp. VXXIII. Glück und Politik, Berliner Wissenschaftsverlag. 2004, pp. 106-21. 18. I have discussed these issues previously in my Art and Theodicy in Morality, Culture, and History, Cambridge University Press, 1999, pp. 78 ff, and Outside Ethics in Outside Ethics, Princeton University Press, 2001, pp. 40 ff. Bourgeois Philosophy and Criticism 175. 1. The world as we encounter it really is in order. 2. I can thus make sense of what I encounter in the world. 3. And I can make sense of the world by use of clear forms of surveyable knowledge which will a. be instrumentally useful and b. be capable of being justified. 4. I ought to endorse the world warmly. The result is a purportedly theoretically grounded optimism. Just to reiterate a point already made, bourgeois designates a historically changing constellation of various specify C items. In fact, you can see various bourgeois philosophies as taking one or the other of the items listed above as basic or particularly important. Rationalism with Physidiative framework, priority of 1, 2, 4, Leibniz. Clarity, special concern with 3, contemporary analytic philosophy. Certainty, priority of 3b, Descartes. Usefulness, priority of 3a, the various forms of pragmatism. Utilitarianism, radical affirmation despite tragic division. 2 and 4, Hegel. The fact that the holistic context is so important in determining what counts as bourgeois means that the constituent items, if considered in isolation or in a different context, might have a different significance. That is to say, philosophers' concern with a certain kind of clarity goes back at least to the sophists in antiquity, and so the presence of that component in itself, a special concern with conceptual clarity, is not sufficient to make the philosophical position as a whole bourgeois. This also means that in a possible post-bourgeois era some of these elements might well survive, albeit in a slightly modified form and in a different context. Marx, for instance, was very clear about the way in which certain developments of human powers may have a bourgeois form which can be stripped away to reveal an underlying universal human significance, and something similar might well be true about methods of conceptualization and forms of theory building. So erscheint die Altanschauung, wo der Mensch in welcher Bornierten, Nationalen, Religiosen, Politischen Bestimmung immer als Zweck der Produktion erscheint, Serer haben zu sein gegen die moderne Welt, wo die Produktion als Zweck des Menschen und der Reichtum als Zweck der Produktion erscheint. In fact aber, wenn die bornierte bürgerliche Form abge. Streeft ist, was ist der Reichtum anders, als die im universellen Austausch, erzeugt die Universalität der Bedürfnis, Fähigkeiten, Genius, Produktiv, Kraft etc. der Individuen? Die Wahlentwicklung der menschlichen Herrschaft über die Naturkraft, die der sogenannten Natur sowohl wie seiner 176-12 Natur, das absolut Herausarbeiten seiner schöpferischen Anlagen, ohne Andre Voraussetzung als die Vorhergegangene historische Entwicklung, dies Totalität der Entwicklung, der Entwicklung aller menschlichen Kraft als solcher, nicht gemessen in einem vorgegebenen Maßstab, zum Selbstzwecke macht. 19. The ancient conception according to which man in whatever narrow national, religious, or political ideal form appears as the goal of production, seems to be very sublime compared with the modern world, where production appears as the goal of man and wealth the goal of production. In fact, however, when the narrow bourgeois form is stripped away, what is wealth? Other than the universality of the needs, abilities, productive powers, etc., of the individuals generated in universal exchange? The full development of human domination over natural powers, both of so-called nature and of man's own nature? What is wealth other than the absolute elaboration of his creative capacities without any further presupposition that the previous historical development which makes this totality of development, that is, the development of all human power as such, not measured by any pre-given yardstick, into an end in itself? Rg. Some difficulties for the above bourgeois synthesis immediately arise. Some of the central members of the Frankfurt School, for instance, insisted that there was a basic inconsistency between the unbounded development of instrumental knowledge, I above, and the theodosic goal, 2. Above, of bourgeois philosophy, and analyzed the historical working out of this contradiction as part of a dialectic of enlightenment. Full knowledge, as it has developed historically, can by its very nature never succeed in showing us that the world is fundamentally good and to be endorsed. There are several reasons for this. First, there are strict limits to the kind of claim that appeals to instrumental forms of cognition can possibly justify. There is no legitimatory path from any form of full knowledge to the conclusion that the world is good and deserves to be affirmed by us. To make any such claim would be to fall prey to a paralogism. In addition, the more the acquisition, testing, and application of instrumental knowledge is seen as the model of all rationality, the less humans have a grasp on the kind of thinking that would be necessary for them to develop a true theodicy. Finally, the actual development and deployment of forms of instrumental knowledge have in fact made the world in some sense less deserving of being warmly and positively embraced than it once was, if as a result of scientific progress we could now. 19. Karl Marx, Grundrisse zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, Dietz, 1953, page 387. Bourgeois Philosophy and Criticism 177. Solve the problem of hunger in Africa, but fail to do so. Our world is one that is less deserving of being positively and warmly endorsed than the world of 100 years ago, in which this possibility was not, even in principle, available, putting aside for the moment the part of the bourgeois project that deals with the analysis and cultivation of useful knowledge, and concentrating on the issue of theodicy. One can distinguish a number of different views, but the main line of development seems to be one that goes at least as far back as Aristotle and reaches its culmination with Hegel. There is a visibly intelligible order in our world, and all one needs to do is reveal it. Endorsing it once you have discovered it is a virtually automatic process. After all, what alternative would one have? Aristotle and Hegel, to be sure, represent slight variants of this general approach. The former assumes that we can make sense of the appearances of the world we live in more or less as it is. The latter holds that with some minor reforms, such as the introduction of trial by jury in Prussia, which are in any case already prefigured in the existing social institutions, the latent intelligible structure of the world will be clearly and unmistakably revealed. In view of what was said earlier in this essay about bourgeois as a term referring to a context, not an isolated item or set of items, it wouldn't be correct to call Aristotle a bourgeois thinker. He seems, after all, to have been the dandified friend of petty tyrants, e.g., Hermaeus, of Aternius, and the ingratiatingly grinning lackey of the bloodthirsty Macedonian regime that put a definitive end to Hellenic experiments in self-rule. It is hard to see that context as bourgeois in any interesting sense. 20 Still, Aristotle is an important precursor of one characteristic feature of bourgeois philosophy to the extent to which he formulates and tries to comply with the injunction sosian ta phenomena, or perhaps tithenai ta endoxa. 21 So to suggest, as Aristotle does, that the task of philosopher is to start from commonly held opinions and then go on to try to save the phenomena, implies that the phenomena, i.e., what we see around us, the world as it appears, admits of being put into intelligible order. In addition, it seems to assume that the most expedient way to discover that order is by starting out from the commonly accepted views and arguing from them. Hegel has what is perhaps a slightly more sophisticated take on what it is to be intelligible. One can see him as distinguishing between 20. Perhaps it is better to see him as a kind of expert or special advisor, a biology man, with the clattering apparatus of rudimentary scientific inquiry, lobster pots, etc., and a handy category for every occasion. 21 Aristotle, Ethica Nicomachia 1145a 151145b7. 178-12, a. I can't make sense of some phi-rst order phenomenon, x, and b. I can, or can't, make sense of why I can't make sense of x. Particularly interesting are cases in which I can't make sense of x, but can make sense of, equals understand why I can't make sense of x if I can't make sense of x, for instance, because it is contradictory, but can give a coherent account, albeit perhaps a complex one, of why that particular failure of reasonableness or intelligibility exists. Then I can be thought to have made signify can't philosophical progress. I will call this rational regression. The image is that when I find dx unintelligible, I step back, or move to the higher ground, or rise to a higher level. And there, on that higher level, come to understand why I can't make sense of x. 22. There is a well-entrenched Hegelian thesis which gives special importance to the process of rational regression. Hegel assumes that such regression can in principle successfully continue indefinitely. There is no point at which intelligibility simply breaks off or ends. To say that some phenomenon is philosophically intelligible, or meaningful, is not best understood as the ascription of some static property. Rather, to be intelligible is to be the object of an appropriate process or movement, of appropriating the phenomenon in question philosophically. Nevertheless, it is possible for a philosopher eventually to have acquired a final grasp of things that will permit him to render everything he encounters intelligible, including the process of attaining that final view of things. The abstract structural description of why rational regression is possible is that for spirit to realize itself is for it to realize its own rationality and freedom, but it can do that only through irrational particulars. That is, I can't make sense of why James marries Jill, rather than Mildred, but I can make sense of why marriage has to be an institution in which what are in some sense contingent individual partners join together, irrationally. An important part of Hegel's theory is that he thinks that, in general, when I regress, or rise to a higher level, my idea of what it is to make sense of something itself changes. I.e., when I can't make sense of X, but can make sense of why I can't make sense of X, make sense is being used in two slightly different senses, a phi-rst order sense and a second-order sense. Since this process can be iterated, one gets a nested hierarchy of different ways in which things can make sense. For Hegel, this process of regression does not terminate, but an agent who has gone. 22 This structure is analyzed very clearly in Dieter Henrichs, Hegel's Theory über den Zufall. See his Hegel im Kontext, Suhrkamp, 1971, pp. 157 ff. Bourgeois Philosophy and Criticism 179. Through it fully and appropriately will be able to make sense of the process as a whole, although, again, what is meant by saying he will be able to make sense of the whole is something that is so different from what we usually mean by making sense of, that its meaning will not be clear to any outsider, that is, to anyone who has not gone through the process itself and properly assimilated it, and, Hegel thinks, could not be made clear to any such outsider. In the modern, post-metaphysical world, we might expect the component of the program of theodicy that required demonstration that the world really was in order would drop out completely. This is what Kant believes. We don't and couldn't know whether the world as a whole is really in order or not, so the whole project of trying to ground our subjective attitude toward it, one way or the other, that is optimistically or pessimistically, in a set of justifiable beliefs doesn't make sense. 23 To be more exact, the difficulty is not, according to Kant, primarily one about the reality of the world in some metaphysical sense, but about our inability to make a grounded theoretical judgment about the world of appearances as a whole. Those initially excited by this departure from the established bourgeois pattern are doomed to quick disappointment, because most of the relevant doctrines are maintained, or reinstated with some minor revisions. They are merely reinterpreted not as substantive claims about the reality of the world, or the way it must appear to us, but as unavoidable postulates of pure practical reason. Crudely put, it is construed as a demand of practical reason that we must act as if the world were for the best. Bourgeois optimism retains its power in the 20th century, as witness two lines of argument developed respectively by the philosophers Jonathan Lear and Frank Ramsey, both of which dispense altogether with metaphysics. In his book Love and Its Place in Nature, Jonathan Lear argues from a consideration of the nature of childhood development, as analyzed by such psychologists as Winnicott and Spitz, to the extent to which any individual human being has developed into a mature thinking person at all. This shows that the environment in which he or she grew up was good enough to allow that process of maturation to take place. The environment here means not merely the physical and biological circumstances, but also the emotional conditions. As a result, there are grounds for any person who has in fact succeeded in attaining the age of reason to have a kind of contingent, non-metaphysical optimism about his 23 Immanuel Kant, über das Misslingen aller philosophischen Versuche in der Theodicy. In Kant, Work Ausgabe, Suhrkamp, 1977, Volume 11, Schriften zur Anthropologie, Geschichte, Philosophie, Politik und Pädagogik, Volume 1, ed. W. Weichedel, pp. 105 ff. 180-12, or her surroundings. If they had been too bad, he would not be in a position to recognize that. 24. In the 1930s, Ramsey argued that if there is no way the world can be said to be, then no sense can be given to the idea that one set of feelings is more appropriate to reality than any other. 25. Nevertheless, he thought, there is an obvious way to discriminate between different sets of feelings toward the world. Our feelings themselves give us this criterion. It is pleasanter and better for all one's activities. 26. To have a set of feelings that allows one to be thrilled by the world than to have a set that causes one to be depressed by it. From this he seems to draw the conclusion that there is at any rate nothing irrational in my adopting an optimistic attitude toward the world as a whole. 27. Lear's ingenious and illuminating argument provides an explanation only for the natural inclination to be optimistic, which might be a characteristic of those humans who reach normal maturity, but we might ask, as the Spartan did when shown the many statues dedicated to the god Asclepius by those whom he had cured, where are the statues of those who died? The argument also leaves it an open question whether we can and should struggle against this natural inclination. Perhaps we have a reason to think our world was, if not the best of all possible worlds, at least good enough for us, as Winnicott used to put it. However, understanding why that is the case, children have parents, or others, who took care of them, also allows us to see that we have no particular reason, although perhaps a strong inclination, to assume that it will continue to be good enough, and that was the question that actually interested us. To demonstrate anything more than this would require an argument which demonstrated at the minimum that if we had good enough parents, that means that the world will ensure that other people will now continue to be good enough to us. No such argument is known to me. Those interested in politics and society may find that Ramsey's approach starts from an inadequate conception of the problem, and represents a kind of throwback to the antediluvian views of Leibniz. 28. The world, for Ramsey, seems to mean the object of astronomy. 29. And if that is what is at issue, then it might seem perfectly reasonable to consider the issue of the appropriate human attitude toward the world in terms merely of some given individual and his or her set of feelings of what I find. 24. Jonathan Lear, Love and Its Place in Nature, HarperCollins, 1990. 25. Frank P. Ramsey, The Foundations of Mathematics, Routledge, 1960, pp. 290-91. 26. Ibid. Page 292. 27. Ibid. pp. 287-92. 28. C. G. W. F. Hegel, Vorlesungen über die Geschichte der Philosophie 3, in Hegel. Work. In 20 Banden, ed. Moldenhauer and Michel, Suhrkamp, 1971, Volume 20, pp. 247-55. 29. Ramsey, The Foundations of Mathematics, page 291. Bourgeois Philosophy and Criticism 181. Pleasant and exciting. 30. My feelings and attitudes, after all, do not influ ence in any signify can't weigh the realities of the objects of astronomy. It is not so obvious that this is the case with the social and political world. Adopting an optimistic, critical, or neutral attitude toward the social world is partly constituting that world to be a world of a certain kind. Depending on the circumstances, adopting an attitude toward my world that was based simply on what I find pleasant and exciting might involve me in deep complicity with social evils. It is arguably more pleasant and exciting to wear cheap, elegant, and well-cut clothes than expensive, but lumpish garments. This, however, might not be the last word, if the well-cut clothes are produced by child or slave labor in the Third World. Conceivably I might be able to break out of that complicity only by failing to be blithely optimistic, at least in some respects. Whatever one might finally think about the ultimate plausibility of this position, which is, I take it, the one Adorno holds, it is certainly a prima facie possible position, but one that is arbitrarily excluded from consideration by Ramsey's way of setting up the problem. There have been several different distinct ways in which philosophers have tried to deviate from the straight and narrow military highway. Kant's Heerstrasse of bourgeois optimism. Lukács, or more exactly, the Lukács of Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein, tries to adopt a strategy of fuite and avant. One cannot fully make human sense of this world as it is, because it is dominated by the capitalist mode of production and, as such, It is riven by real conflicts and contradictions that no amount of sophisticated intellectual maneuvering will resolve. However, we could change our social and economic system radically by abolishing capitalism. This, Lukács thought, was a genuine practicable possibility, and the resulting world would lack the irresolvable contradictions we now encounter and become transparent, coherent, and surveyable. This new world would make sense, but to bring it about requires a radical political decision. Here a combination of Marxist and Kierkegaardian elements come into their own. Adorno represents a kind of attentist version of this Lukácsian motif. Only a radically changed world could fully make sense, but one cannot, for deep-seated reasons, see how a transformation of the appropriate kind could be executed, because instrumental reason is subject to the dialectic of enlightenment, so all one can do is wait and hope. Finally, there is the deviation from bourgeois rectitude exhibited by Nietzsche and the late Wittgenstein, who both, in different ways, could be seen as taking their cue from the Kantian view of rejecting the project of a cognitively grounded theodicy altogether, but do not lose their nerve, as he did by finding another way back, via the postulates of practical 30 Ibid. Page 291. 182-12. Reason, to orthodox optimism. Neither Nietzsche nor Wittgenstein think that one can make sense of everything, nor that one can always make sense of why one cannot make sense of something. At a certain point, inquiry into the relevant context of human thought and action simply stops, and this does not mean, as with Hegel, that it terminates in a moving, but comprehensive, circular, self-grounded, self-transparent system of reason. Rather, it means that one at some point will simply encounter facta bruta, either expressions of human volition, will, natural phenomena, or human practices embedded in historically contingent institutions. These may be registered as facts, but they are not thereby rationalized. There may be no determinate point at which inquiry stops. It may peter out, gradually lose focus and determinateness. The total lifespan of the human species may turn out to be inadequate to continue, etc., but still it ends. One may perhaps think of this on the model of the way in which something by being moved further and further to my right eventually exits from my visual field without it being the case that there is a clear, pre-determined, specifiable point at which that happens. Even if one could assume that history had allowed us to see through the claims of bourgeois optimism, two very serious questions would still remain unanswered. First, what would a contemporary non-bourgeois form of philosophizing look like? Second, what results would the abandonment of the bourgeois philosophical project have for the possibilities of radical social criticism? I have no answers to either of these two questions, but there is one kind of suggestion of a way forward which has begun to appear with surprising frequency recently, but which seems to me seriously misguided. This is the suggestion that one can rehabilitate the Christian concept of evil and use it as the central concept in the attempt to find a post-bourgeois way of grounding, or at any rate structuring, a form of radical criticism. Paradoxically enough, I am suggesting that fascination with evil, which nowadays generally presents itself with all the pomp of special profundity, is usually a cheap way to assume that one's own moral intuitions are basically in order. Almost obsessive discourse about evil can be a way in which a certain kind of bourgeois optimism expresses itself. A way to evade the necessity of using one's imagination to face reality. And a way in which bourgeois subjects make themselves feel at home in the world. The contemporary usage I am criticizing distinguishes very sharply between bad and evil. Something, some act, habit, practice, institution, or decision, is not just bad but evil, if it is incomprehensible, meaning both that it does not easily fit into the explanatory categories I have at my disposal, and also that I in some sense do not want it to fight t. I wish to turn my attention away from it. B. If it can be seen as an individual deviation for which some specified subject can be held. Bourgeois Philosophy and Criticism 183. Responsible. And C. If it causes a special kind of resentment, outrage, and fear which goes beyond the usual aversion we feel for that which is bad, harmful, disadvantageous, etc. The second of these three properties, B, is connected with the tendency to personalize evil, and the first and third, A, and C, are connected with the tendency toward blind or misguided and excessive action which the use of the category, evil, seems to foster. Recent history has given us a very striking example of the way in which appeal to the claim that is simply evil is both a way of trying, appropriately, to personalize politics, and a way of refusing to try to understand it. In November 2002, a group of academic experts on the Near East tried to make Tony Blair aware of the complexity of the actual situation British troops would encounter on the ground after the invasion of Iraq. The 6 academic experts who were invited to Downing Street were not asked to produce written memos. Before the meeting, they decided not to risk antagonizing Blair RG by saying an invasion was unwise. They thought they would have more impact by concentrating on the nature of the consequences. An expert Arabist named Geuss recalled that, "We all pretty much said the same thing. Iraq is a complicated country, there are tremendous communal resentments, and don't imagine you'll, i.e., British troops, be welcomed." Blair reacted by looking at Geuss and saying, "But the man's uniquely evil, isn't he?" Geuss was a bit nonplussed. It didn't seem to be very relevant. Recovering, Geuss went on to argue that Saddam was constrained by various factors, to which Blair merely repeated his first point. He can make choices, can't he? As Geuss puts it, he meant he can choose to be good or evil, I suppose. The 6 men left Downing Street after an hour and a half. Geuss got the impression of someone with a very shallow mind, who's not interested in issues other than the personalities of the top people, no interest in social forces, political trends, etc. 31. Here, appeal to the concept of evil is pretty clearly a defensive strategy, aimed at preventing a cognitive engagement that would potentially upset a comfortable worldview, and interfere with a decision already taken on other grounds, while at the same time mobilizing and focusing self-righteous energy. Deploying the concept of evil in this kind of highly moralizing criticism does seem, in the wider scheme of things, to be more appropriately understood as a way of reinforcing the status quo than as any kind of contribution to radical change. 31. Jonathan Steele, Defeat: Why They Lost Iraq, Tories, 2008, pp. 18-19. 184-12. Trying to free ourselves of the hold which the concept of evil has over our thinking about the world also means trying to comprehend that which is deeply unpleasant and alien. This understanding is potentially reflective. We can see how we could have come to experience what evil people value as good, too. Ironically enough, the proudly self-confessed, although internally divided, Burger Thomas Mann 32 gives a model of one way of trying to do this in his essay, Bruder Hitler. 33. There is no special method for attaining this. We proceed by a combination of history, experience, empathy, imagination, and reason. What other choice do we have? This essay also has the merit of reminding us, if reminder we needed, that there is more than one way to be anti-bourgeois, and that not all of such ways are equally good. One important strand of thinking about human society that developed in Europe during the 19th and early 20th centuries had the property that it was directed at developing a form of criticism that would both be radical and also eschew appeal to the stale leftovers of archaic religion, such as concepts like evil. At the moment, in the FIRST decade of the 21st century, calls for such radicalism have lost much of their attractive potency. There seem to be two reasons for this. First, the short-term improvement in the material life conditions of European populations has dulled some of the sharp urgency previously felt by large segments of the population. Second, the failure of Soviet-style regimes has led to a wholesale devaluation of a whole series of positive social ideals that were associated with these regimes, even some to which they paid only lip service. Both of these two factors have had the effect of making people less willing to consider proposals for drastic change in the socio-economic system. To be sure, this situation seems unlikely to last. Realistically speaking, the comfortable bourgeois world of Western Europe seems in any case about to collapse, not, to be sure, as the result of any form of criticism, but under the weight of events beyond any Western parliament's control: increased world population, irreversible environmental degradation, the continuing division of humanity into economically and politically competing blocs, and the military conflicts over scarcity of resources, of which the Gulf Wars were the opening prelude, and which can be expected to become more severe until the collapse of the economic system, makes any organization of large groups of people and machines, even for the purposes of war, impossible. 32 See his Bürgerliche Kate, in Betrachtungen eines Unpolitischen, but man was notori. A Slee Split. 33 Schriften zur Politik, Surkamp, 1970. Mann's essay appeared in 1939. Bourgeois Philosophy and Criticism 185. Criticism, especially radical criticism, was itself a daughter of the bourgeois age, and is unlikely to outlive that age. Various forms of what used to be called, usually derogatorily, in the 18th century, enthusiasm might survive. Religious doctrines, emotionally inflamed forms of ethnic identification, fundamentalist attachment to various traditional customs, institutions, or bits of archaic lore, and these might well remain capable of giving some direction to human life, but then these were precisely the sorts of things criticism was originally intended to dissolve. Criticism had its moment, as Hegel realized, when there were pressing problems to solve and confusion about how to proceed, but there was also leisure enough to refill ECT, and some sense that systematic ratiocination could be effective in dealing with systemic difficulties. In circumstances of acute urgency and the need for immediate action, among groups of desperate people struggling to find enough water to survive, it has no place. The outlook for radical social criticism, then, is poor. It is a very expensive luxury good. 34 What is more, it is a luxury good that has showed itself to be in practice almost completely ineffective. What the Ori-guided revolution of the 19th or 20th century can count as a success? Any attempt to rehabilitate the critical tradition must start by engaging in a sober reflection on these facts. 34 Bertolt Brecht, Flüchtlingsgespräch, Surkamp, 1961, page 83. Eine halbwegs komplett Kenntnis des Marxismus kostet heute, wie mir ein College versichert hat, 20.000 bis 50.000 Goldmark und das ist dann ohne die Schikanen drunter kriegen sie nichts Richtiges, höchstens so einen minderwertigen Marxismus ohne Hegel oder einen, wo der Ricardo fällt, USW. Mein College rechnet übrigens nur die Kosten für die Bücher, die Hochschulgebühren und die Arbeitsstunden, und nicht was ihnen entgeht durch Schwierigkeiten in ihrer Karriere oder gelegentlich che Inhaftierung, unter Last Weg, dass die Leistungen in den bürgerlichen Berufen bedenklich sinken nach einer gründlichen Marxkultur. In bestimmten Fächern wie Geschichte oder Philosophie werdens nie wieder wirklich gut sein, wenn's durch den Marx Hintergegangen sind. This page intentionally left blank. Bibliography. Texts in Greek and Latin cited according to the most recent October, except as otherwise noted. Adorno, T.W. Minima Moralia, Suhrkamp, 1951. Dissonanzen, Vandenhoek and Ruprecht, 1956. Philosophie der neuen Musik, Europäische Verlagsanstalt, 1958. Aesthetische Theorie, Suhrkamp, 1970. Adorno, T.W., ed. Der Positivismusstreit in der deutschen Soziologie, Luchter, Hand, 1969. Adorno, T.W. Els Frankel Brunswick, Daniel Levinson, and Nevitt Sanford. Et al. The Authoritarian Personality, Harper and Row, 1950. Anderson, Benedict. Imagined Communities, Verso, 1983. Attali, Jacques. Une brève histoire de l'avenir, Fayard, 2007. Auerbach, Eric. Mimesis, Frank, 1971. Agostini, S. Orally. Confessiones, ed. Martinus Scutella. Teubner, 1996. Badiou, B. and E. Sellin, eds. Paul Sellin und Giselle Sellin Lestrange. Brief. Wechsel, with commentary by Barbara Wiedemann. Suhrkamp, 2001. Bakhtin, Mikhail. Rabelais and His World, trans. Eline Iswalski, Indiana University Press, 1984. Ball, T. et al. eds. Political Innovation and Conceptual Change, Cambridge University Press, 1989. Baudelaire, Charles. Écrits sur l'art, Gallimard, 1971. Benedict, Saint. The Rule of Saint Benedict, ed. Justin McCann, Burns Oates, 1952. Benjamin, Walter. Illuminationen. Ausgewählte Schriften. Suhrkamp, 1977. Berlin, Isaiah. 4 Essays on Liberty. Oxford University Press, 1969. Bourdieu, Pierre. La Distinction. Minuit, 1929. Brecht, Bertold. Flüchtlingsgespräch, Suhrkamp, 1961. Schriften zur Politik und Gesellschaft 1919–1956, Suhrkamp, 1973. Die Gedichte, Suhrkamp, 1981. Buchner, Georg. Werk und Brief, ed. Karl Pornbacher, Gerhard Schaub, Hans. Joachim Simm, and Edda Ziegler, Deutscher Taschenbuch Verlag, 1988. Canavaggio, Jean. Don Quixote, du Livre au Maide, Fayard, 2005. Keng-Wilhelm, Georges. Le Normal et le Pathologique, Puf, 1966. Carbonell, Bettina, ed. Museum Studies, Blackwell, 2004. Sellin, Paul. Die Niemannrose, Fisher, 1963. Work, Suhrkamp, 1983. Übersetzungen aus dem Russischen, Fisher, 1986. Der Meridian und an der Prosa, Suhrkamp, 1988. Die Niemannrose, Vorstufen, Textgenese, Endfassung, ed. Heino Schmoll, Michael Schwarzkopf, and Jürgen Wertheimer, Suhrkamp, 1996. 188 Bibliography. Sellin, Paul. Paul Sellin. Selected Poems, trans. Michael Hamburger, Penguin, 1996. Der Meridian. Tübinger Ausgabe, ed. Bernhard Boschenstein et al. Sir. Camp, 1999. Die Gedichte, ed. Barbara Weidman, Suhrkamp, 2003. Cervantes, Miguel de. The Ingenious Hidalgo Don Quixote de la Mancha, trans. John Rutherford, Penguin, 2000. Chollet, Mona. Reeves de Droit, Zones, 2008. Constant, Benjamin. De la Liberté chez les Modernes, ed. Marcel Gaucher, Gal. Lamard 1980. Coombs, Annie. Reinventing Africa, Yale University Press, 1994. Kuno, James, ed. Whose Muse? Princeton University Press, 2004. Dante. Dantis Ilari Epistolae, Oxford University Press, 1920. Derrida. Jacques. Shibboleth pour Paul Celan, Galilei, 1986. Dewey, John. Human Nature and Conduct, New York. Random House, 1930. John Dewey, The Late Works, 1925–1953, ed. Joe and Boydston, South. Earn Illinois University Press, 1988. Diels, Herman, and Walther Kranz. Fragmente der Vorsokratiker, Weidman. 1951. Dunn, John. Setting the People Free, Grove Atlantic, 2005. Durkheim, Emile. De la Division du Travail Social, PUF, 1986. Elster, Jan. Sour Grapes, Cambridge University Press, 1983. Febvre, Lucien. Le problème de l'incroyance au XVIe siècle, La religion de Ra. Belay, Michel, 1947. Foucault, Michel. La naissance de la clinique, PUF, 1963. Les mots et les choses, Gallimard, 1966. Le Sige des plaisirs, Gallimard, 1984. Dits et écrits, Gallimard, 1994, 4 vols. France Lannard, Hadrien. Paul Celan et Martin Heidegger, La scène d'un dialogue, Paris, Fayard, 2004. Freud, Sigmund. Studienausgabe, Fischer, 1974. Geuss. The Institutes of Geuss, translated with an introduction by W. M. Gordon and O. F. Robinson, with the Latin text of E. Seckel and K. Kubler, Duck. Worth, 1988. Gambetta, Diego, ed. Making Sense of Suicide Missions, Oxford University Press, 2005. Geuss, Raymond. The Idea of a Critical Theory, Cambridge University Press, 1981. Morality, Culture, and History, Cambridge University Press, 1999. History and Illusion in Politics, Cambridge University Press, 2001. Public Goods, Private Goods, Princeton University Press, 2001. Glück und Politik, Berliner Wissenschaftsverlag, 2004. Outside Ethics, Princeton University Press, 2005. Glare, P.G.W., ed. Oxford Latin Dictionary, Oxford University Press, 1982. Goethe, Johann von. Faust, ed. Erich Truns, Wegner, 1963. Grotius, Hugo. De Jure Belli et Pacis, 2nd ed. Juliel Mamblayu, 1631. Halper, Stephen, and Jonathan Clark. America Alone, Cambridge University Press, 2004. Bibliography 189. Hampshire, Stewart. Thought and Action, Chatto and Windus, 1959. Hegel, GWF Work in Zwanzig Banden, ed. Eva Moldenhauer and Karl Marcus. Michel, Surkamp, 1970. Heidegger, Martin. Holzwedge, Klosterman, 1950. Zeit und Zeit, Niemeyer, 1963. Erläuterungen zu Hölderlins Dichtung, Klosterman, 1963. Henrik, Dieter. Hegel's Theory über den Zufall. In his Hegel im Kontext, Surkamp, 1971. Henrik, Dieter, ed. Über Theorie und Praxis, Surkamp, 1967. Hinsky, Norbert. Kant über Lesen und Bücher. In Inselalmanach auf das Jahr, 1964. Hobbes, Thomas. Leviathan, ed. Richard Tuck, Cambridge University Press, 1999. Johnson, Carol. Cervantes and the Material World, University of Illinois Press, 2000. Kant, Emmanuel. Workausgabe, Surkamp, 1977. Khosrow-Kavar, Farhad. Quand al-Qaeda Parl, Grasset, 2006. Kandera, Milan. Die Kunst des Romans, Hanser, 1987. Lampedusa, Tomasi D. The Leopard, trans. Archibald Colquhoun. Vintage, 2007. Landauer, Gustav. Revolution. Karen Kramer Verlag, 1974. Lawrence, Bruce, ed. Messages to the World. The Statements of Osama bin Laden. Verso, 2005. Lear, Jonathan. Love and Its Place in Nature. HarperCollins, 1990. Lehman, Jürgen, ed. Kommentar zu Paul Celans, Die Niemanros, Uni. Versitätsverlag Winter, 2003. Lenin, VI Materialism and Empiro-Criticism. Foreign Languages Press, 1972. Lukács, Georg. Theorie des Romans, Lucherhand, 1963. Luschen, Felix von. Die Altertümer von Benin. Vereinigung Wissenschaftliche. Verlager, 1919. Mann, James. The Rise of the Vulcans, Viking Penguin, 2004. Mann, Thomas. Betrachtungen eines Unpolitischen. Fischer, 1929. Leiden und Groß der Meister. Fischer, 1935. Samtliche Erzählungen. Fischer, 1963. Schriften zur Politik. Surkamp, 1970. Mandelstam. Ossip. Mandelstam. Ossip. Sochenij, Hudozestvena Litera. Tura, 1990. Marlin, Robert OIV, ed. What Does Al-Qaeda Want? North Atlantic Books, 2004. Marlowe, Christopher. The Complete Plays, ed. Frank Romani and Robert Lindsay, Penguin, 2003. Marx, Karl. Grundrisse zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, Dietz, 1953. Marx, Karl, and Friedrich Engels. Marx Engels' Work, Dietz, 1962. Meyer, Christopher. DC Confidential. Weidenfeld and Nichols, 2005. Miles, Margaret. Art as Plunder. Cambridge University Press, 2008. Monbiot, George. Bring on the Apocalypse. Grove Atlantic, 2008. Montaigne, Michel. Essays ed. A. Micah. Flammarion, 1969. 190 Bibliography. Nabokov, Vladimir. Lectures on Don Quixote. Harcourt, Brace, Jovanovich, 1983. Nietzsche, Friedrich. Kritische Studienausgabe, KSA, ed. Giorgio Colli and Mazzino Montanari, De Gruyter, 1967. Kritische Gesamtausgabe, ed. Giorgio Colli and Mazzino Montanari, De Gruyter, 1967. Pauli, August. Georg Wissowa. Wilhelm Kroll. Kurt Witt, et al. Eds. Paulis. Real-Enzyklopädie der klassischen Altertumswissenschaften, Neue Bearbeitung. Metzler, 1894–1980, 83 vols. Plus supplements. Pushkin, Alexander. The Bronze Horseman, ed. Michael Basker, Duckworth, 2000. Rabelais, François. Œuvres Completes, ed. Guy Demerson, Gallimard, 1973. Ramsey, Frank. The Foundations of Mathematics, Routledge, 1960. Reichel, Peter. Der Schönschein des Dritten Reichs, Fischer, 1993. Richter, Alexander, et al. Eds. Paul Celan. La Bibliothèque Philosophique, Eddy. Tyons Rue d'Ulm, 2004. Richter, Raoul, ed. Ausbruche von Kant, Insel, 1923. Rorty, Richard. Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, Princeton University Press, 1979. Truth and Progress, Cambridge University Press, 1998. Roth, H. Ling. Great Benin, Its Customs, Art and Horrors, Routledge, Keegan. Paul, 1968. Originally published 1903. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques. Œuvres, Pléiade, 1995. Ryder, AFC Benin and the Europeans 1485–1897. Longmans, 1969. Schiller, Friedrich. Work, Hanser, 1967. Schlegel, Friedrich. Kritische Ausgabe, ed. Hans Eichner, Paderborn, 1961. Schneeberger, Guido. Nachlese zu Heidegger, Byrne, 1962. Spots. Frederick. Hitler and the Power of Aesthetics. Hutchison, 2002. Steele, Jonathan. Defeat. Why They Lost Iraq. Tories, 2008. Steinberg. Leo. Other Criteria. University of Chicago Press, 2007. Stifter, Adalbert. Abdias, DTV, 2005. Sulzer, Dieter et al. Eds. Der Georg Buchner Preis 1951–1987. Eine Dokumentation. Piper, 1987. Suskind, Ron. Faith, Certainty, and the Presidency of George W. Bush. New York Times Magazine, 17 October 2004. Shandy, Peter. Sellen Studien, Suhrkamp, 1972. Taplin, Oliver, ed. Literature in the Roman World. Oxford University Press. 2001. Tuck, Richard. Grotius, Carneades, and Hobbes. Grotiana News Series, Volume 4. 1981. Urmson, J.O. On Grading. Mind, Volume 59, 1950. Valéry, Paul. Pieces sur l'art. Gallimard, 1934. Vedrine, Hubert. Face à la hyperpuissance. Textes et discours 1995–2003. Fayard. 2003. Vigo, Peter, ed. The New Museology. Reaction Books, 1989. Weber, Max. Gesellschaftliche Aufsatz zur Religionssoziologie. Moore, 1963. Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft. Moore, 1972. Bibliography 191. Politik als Begriff. Dunker und Humblot, 1977. Weinrich, Harold. Lethe, Beck, 2000. Williams, Bernard. Ethics and the Limits of Philosophy. Harvard University Press, 1985. Truth and Truthfulness. Princeton University Press, 2002. Wittgenstein, Ludwig. Philosophische Untersuchungen. Suhrkamp, 1971. Vermischte Bemerkungen. Suhrkamp, 1977. Zimmermann, Hans Dieter. Martin and Fritz Heidegger. Philosophie und Fast. Nacht, Beck, 2005. Zizek, Slavoj. In Defense of Lost Causes. Verso, 2008. This page intentionally left blank. Index. Abadias, 134, 139. Absolute Poetry, 128. Action, as Central to Politics, 5–6. Conces. 10 cn, 35–37, 55, 58–59. Language, and 5–6n. Overintellectualization of 5n. See also Behavior, Morality, Politics. Adorno, Theodor, 95, 113, 127, 127n31, 158, 181. Agent-centered approach to behavior, 45–46, 50–53, 60. Albright, Madeline, 23. Alexandrian Museum, 98. Anachronism, 82, 85. Anaximander, v. Aristotle, 177. Art. See Fine Arts, Poetry. Auerbach, Eric, 64. Aurora, Cruiser, 134, 139. Austin, Jane, 79. Authenticity, 115n50. Authority, 55. Bacon, Francis, 77. Balzac, Honoré de, 172. Baudelaire, Charles, 171–72. Beckett, Samuel, 157. Behavior. Agent-centered approach to, 45, 46, 50–53, 60. Rule-governed approach. 2, 45–52, 58–60. See also Action, Beliefs, Opinions, in Ideal Discussions, 4, 8. Benedict, Saint, 58. Benin Bronzes, 106–8. Benjamin, Walter, 115n50, 131. Berlin, Isaiah, 56. Blair, Tony, She, 1–3. 9 to 10, 18, 20, 23 to 24, 29, 34, 114, 183. Bohemianism, 171 to 72. Borgia, Cesare, 69. Bourgeoisie, Bohemians versus, 171 to 72. Char. Characteristics of, 170 to 71. Clergy versus, 169. Feudal aristocracy versus, 169. Radicalism versus, 172. Bourgeois philosophy. Characteristics of, 173 to 75. And criticism, 167 to 68. 172 to 73, 185. An intelligible order of world, 167 to 68, 174 to 75, 177 to 78, and knowledge, 174. Optimism of, 174 to 75, 177 to 84. Brecht, Berthold, 185 n. Britain, and cooperation with United States, 1 to 3, 7 to 10, 17, 20, 23 to 26, 29. And EU, 28 to 29, and Iraq invasion, 23 to 25, 29, 32, 183. Buber, Martin, 127. Buchner, Georg, Der Hessische Landbote, 135, 140. See also Georg Buchner Preis. Bush, George H. W., 25. Bush, George W., and Administration, 1. 12, 22, 23, 32. Cambridge Platonists, 154. Carnival Speeches, 142 to 47. Catholicism, 142, 149 to 50, 159 to 61. Catullus, 55. Sellin, Paul, She, 117 to 40. Background of 117 to 19. Characteristics of poetry of 132 to 33, and the datable 127, 129, 130, and Heidegger 121 to 22, in Eins 132 to 36, 138 to 40, and the Meridian 128 to 31, 135 to 37, and Poetry as Existence. Teal Orientation, 120 to 28, Shibboleth, 133 to 34, and Utopia, 129 to 31, 137. Céline, Louis Ferdinand, D'un Château, L'Autre, 150. Cellini, Benvenuto, 93 to 94. Center Party, Germany, 142. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, 160. Cervantes Saavedra, Miguel de, the ingenious Hidalgo Don Quixote de la Mancha, 61 to 66, 69 to 80. China, 25 to 27, 29. Christianity, 85, 88. Cicero, 89. Clergy, 169. Collections, Diversity of, 96, 98. Educational, 99, 115 n 49. Fine Arts, 99, 115 n 49. And Power, 116. Comedy, 72. Consensus Politics, X. Conservative Party, 24, 194. Index. Consistency, in Don Quixote, 65 to 66. Philosophical Principle of, 31. In Political, Moral Action, 33 to 38, 55. 58 to 59. Principle of, 38, 55. Consumption, Western Practices of, She. Contradiction, see Consistency. Conversation, Gadamer's Concept of, 152 to 53. Coombs, Annie, 107 n 31. Council of Europe, 1 to 2. Critical Theory, 158. Criticism, 167 to 85. Bourgeois Philosophy, and 167 to 68. 172-73, 185, Carnival, Speeches and 146-48, Cultural, 83-88, 93-95, Distance required for X-She, 185, Internal versus External, 173 and 16, Meaning of 110, Museums and 110-12, Rorty, Cal, 168, 172-73, 182-85, Reformist, 172-73, Culture, as Boundary, Limit, 92, Concept of 88-91, 94, Criticism of 83-88, 93-95, Horizontal Conception of 91-92, 94, Multiculturalism and 92-94, Vertical Conception of 89-91, 94, Dante Alighieri, Divine Comedy, 70-72, Death, 166, De Gaulle, Charles, 2, 9, 29, Descartes, René, 63, 77, 154-55, 157, 175, De Waal, Franz, 154, Dewey, John, 154, 158, Dialectic of Enlightenment, 176, 181, Discipline, She, Discussion, Idealized Model of 4, 6 and 6, Philosophical Accounts of 3-4, Disjunction, 69-70, Dollfuss, Engelbert, 133, 137, 139, Don Quixote, Cervantes. See the Indigenous Hidalgo Don Quixote de La Mancha, Cervantes. Dulles, John Foster, 161, Eckhart, Meister, 149, Edifying Knowledge, 102-3, 105-8, Emergencies, 32-33, Enlightenment, Characteristics of 62-63, Dual Aspect of 109, Ethos of the 110, 16, Museums and 109-12, 114-16, Environment, Current State of She, Epic, 72-74, Ethics, See Morality, Ethos of the Enlightenment, 110-16, Euripides, Ion, 97-3, European Union, British relations with 28-29, Chinese relations with 25-27, 29, Constitution of 28-29, and Co-op, Oration with United States 22, Global Position of 27-28, Integration of 18, 28-29, and NATO 21, United States, compared to 17-18, 27, Evaluation, Model of 11-12, in Political Judgments, 11-14, Evil, Blairin, 9, 32, 34, Moralism and 32-33, and Radical Criticism, 182-84. Realism and 30. Exclusive Disjunction, 69-70. Existentialism, 120, 122-23. Fairless Works of U.S. Steel, 164. Felicify See Knowledge, 103-4. Feudal Aristocracy, 169. Fichte, Johann Gottlieb, 154, 157. Fine Arts, Benefi TS of 101-2, 107. Defy Ned, 98-99. Harmful Potential of 100-101. Production and Judgment in 14 and 15. Purposes of 100-102. See also Music, Poetry, Flaubert, Gustave, Madame Bovary, 79. Foresight, 14. Formula 1 Auto Racing, 34, 35. Foucault, Michel, 82, 110, 147. France, 1, 28-29, 47, 169-70. Frankfurt School, she, 146, 176. Freedom. Concept of she, imagination and 67. Kant on 44 to 45, 56 to 57. Marx on 56 to 57. Negative versus positive concepts of 56. Power and 57. Revelation 57 to 58. Reason and 56. Rules and 58. Free market 112. Free trade 21. From David 1. Gadamer, Hans Georg 84n 151 to 53. Truth and Method 151. Garcia Marquez, Gabriel 161. Genealogies Nietzschean 87. Georg Buchner Preis 117, 117n, 120. German Academy for Language and Literature 117, 117n. God 70 to 71. Goethe, Johann Wolfgang von Faust 153. Grillparzer, Franz 160. Index 195. Grotius, Hugo 77. De jure belli et pacis 67 to 68. Guantanamo Bay Detention Center 27, 34. Habermas, Jürgen 6n6, 77 to 78. Hampshire, Stuart 41n9. Happiness, Knowledge and 103 to 4. Hard Power 39. Hegel, GWF, and Criticism 185. And Evaluation 13n12. On Great Men 162. And Intelligibility 177 to 79. An Owl of Minerva 161. And Philosophical Tradi Tion 77, 154. And Rational Regression 178 to 79. On Reality, Actuality 119n. And Reflexivity, She, and Reform 172 to 73. And Theodicy 174, 175. Hegemons 26, 51 to 52. Heidegger, Fritz, She, 143 to 50. Heidegger, Heinrich, 150. Heidegger, Martin, 119 to 20 and 10, 158. Brother of Fritz, 143 to 44, 148 to 49. And Catholicism, 149 to 50. Selenin, 121 to 22. On the Future, Ix, and National Socialism, 144, 148. Pessimism of 148. On Poetry and Art, 124, 127. And Projects of Existence, 122 to 23, 125 to 26. 125 and 23. And Protestantism, 150. And Religion, 149 to 50. Herder, Johann Gottfried von 121, 151. Heritage Industry, 111. History, God and 70. Philology and 81 to 82, 84. Hitler, Adolf, 105. Hobbes, Thomas, 69, 77. Holderlin, Friedrich, 124. Der Ister, 150. Friedensfire, 152 to 53. Horace, 100. Hume, David, 109. Hungary, 23. Hussein, Saddam, 32, 34. Illusions, 95. Imagination. Context of XX. Freedom. And 67. Issues concerning XX. Polity. Cal Roll of X She, 14 to 15, 33. Religion and 67 to 68. And September 11, 2001 attacks. 15. And the State, 68 to 69. Imitation, 127. Inclusive Disjunction, 69. The Ingenious Hidalgo Don Quixote de La Mancha, Cervantes, 61 to 66, 69 to 80. Disjunction in 69 to 71. ending of 72 to 76. And modernity, 61 to 65, 62n, 79 to 80. Interests, realism and 39 to 40. Interpretation, philology and 81 to 83. Of the world, 70 to 72. Iran, 33 to 34. Iraq invasion, Shishi. British participation in 23 to 25, 29, 32, 183. Deliberation about 32. European participation in 23. Evaluation of 12 to 13. UN and 26. United States and 12, 32 to 34. Islamic fundamentalism 20, 28. Jacobi, Friedrich Heinrich, 157. Justice, Anaximander on, VV. Peasant. Wisdom on, VV. Qadi, 41. Juvenal, 92 to 93. Kant, Emmanuel, and Aesthetics, 100, 115. Selin and 121. And Consistency. In Action, 35 to 36. Critiques of 44 to 45, 53 to 56, 58 to 60, 81 to 82, 84, 121, 157. Don Quixote and 64 to 65. Epistemology of 179. On Freedom, 44 to 45, 56 to 57. On Genius, 14 and 15. Impact of 77 to 78. And Language, 121. And Maxims for Action, 36 to 37. National Socialism and 148. On Possibility and Reality, 123. On Right, 44 to 45, 54, 56. And Rule Governed Moral, ITY, 44 to 45, 53 to 56, 58 to 59, 64 to 65. System of 60. Kissinger, Henry, 25. Knowledge, Bourgeois Philosophy and 174. Defy Ned, 98. Edifying, 102 to 3. 105 to 8. Enlightenment and 109. Factual. Useful, 102 to 3. 176. Philosophie c. 103 to 4. Moral, 104 to 5. And Political Judgment, 32. See also Reason. Kundera, Milan, 62n. Labour Party, 24. Lampedusa, Tomasi D. The Leopard, 173. Landauer, Gustav, 130. Language, Action and 5 to 6n. Constitutive role of 5 to 6n. Philosophy and 153 to 54. September 11, 2001 Attacks and 16, 154. Laws of Nature, 47. Lear, Jonathan, 179 to 80. Leibniz, Gottfried Wilhelm, 175, 180. Lee, Matthew, 101. Lenin, Vladimir Ilyich, 52 to 53. 196 Index. Levinas, Emmanuel, 127. Liberalism, 159. Libertarianism, 57. Liberty, see Freedom, Literature and Philosophy, 116, 136. 155 to 56. See also Novels. Locke, John, 77. Lukács, Georg, 62n. 181. McGregor, Neil, 101, 113, 115 and 49. Mahler, Gustav, 114. Mallarmé, Stefan, 128. Mandelstam, Ossip, 134 to 36, 137, 140. Mann, Thomas, 74, 76, 184. Marlowe, Christopher, 77, 77 and 29. Marx, Karl, 56 to 57, 175 to 76. Material interests. See Interests. Maxims, 37, 58 to 59. McCarthy, Joseph, 161. Melody, 165-66. Memory, 137, 164. Meridian, 128-31, 135-37. Meskirch, Germany, 142-43, 148-50. Metaphor, 135. Metaphysics of Rights, 43-60. Meyer, Christopher, 1-2, 7, 9-10. Modernism, 128. Modernity, Ancient World in Relation to, 83-86. Bohemianism and, 171-72. Competing Visions of, 77. Don Quixote, and, 61-65, 62n, 79-80. Enlightenment. View of, 62-63. Rabelais' Writings and, 62, 71-72. Montaigne, Michel de, 38, 59, 77. Moralism. Realism versus, 38-39. Strengths of, 32-33. Weaknesses of, 33. Morality. Bourgeois philosophy and, 174. Consistency in, 33-38, 58-59. Intuition. In, 32, 34, 42. Knowledge and, 104-5. Poetry and, 126-27. Politics in relation to, 40-42. Rule-governed approach to, 53-56, 58-60, 64-65. Multiculturalism, 92-94. Muses, 98, 111. Museums, 96-116. Coherence of, 114-16. Collecting function of, 96-99, 115. Didacticism in, 114-16. Display function of, 99-100. An edifying knowledge, 105-8. Enlightenment in, 109-12, 114-16. Etymology of, 97-98. Funding sources for, 113. Legitimacy of, 112-13. And power, 116. Purposes and functions of, 97, 100-102, 108-16. And taste, 108-10. As trusts, 113-14. Valerian, 114-15. Music, 153, 158, 164-66. Nabokov, Vladimir, 62n, 156. Nationalism, 159, 162. National Socialism, 142, 144-45, 147-48, 152. Natural Law, 67-68. Nature, 127-28. Neoconservatives, 1-3, 23. Nestroy, Johann, 160. Netherlands, 28-29. Nietzsche, Friedrich, 147. As cultural critic. 83-88, 93-95. On Don Quixote, 62n. And Freedom, She. Genealogies of, 87. Heidegger in, 148. An Intelligible Order of World, 181-82. National Social Ism and, 148. And Philology, 81. 83-85. Non-contradiction. See Consistency. North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, 1, 17, 21, 28, 161. Novels. Political Effects of, 78-79. Readers. Experience of, 78-79. And Society, 79. See also Literature and Philosophy. Nuclear Weapons, 25. Oz. See Organisation de l'Armée Secrète. Objects, in Collections, 115-16. October Revolution, 134-35, 139. Opinions. See Beliefs, Opinions. Organisation de l'Armée Secrète, Oz. 133, 137, 138. Original Sin, 58. Ormandy, Eugene, 161. Paracelsus, 154-55. Paris Commune, 140. Peace of Westphalia, 63. Pericles, 95. Pearl, Richard, 1, 7-10, 13. Petersburg, 134, 139-40. PFLUG, Caesar, 90. Philology, 81-86. Philosophy, Alternative History of, 154-55. Bourgeois, 167-69, 172-85. Discussion, as analyzed by, 3-4, and Literature, 116, 136, 155-56. Nature of, 158, and Politics, 3-4, 31-32. Principal Message, of, 31. Plato, 89, 102-5, 131. Pleasure, 100-101. Index 197. Poetry, and Community, 124-26. Concept. Tions of, 125-28. And Ethics, 126-27. As Existential Orientation, 120-28, 136-37. Modernist Conception of, 128. Pure Poses of, 100. Romantic Conception of, 127-28. Traditional Conception of, 127. Political Judgment. Context of, 3, 5-6, 8. 11. Dual Aspect of, 11. Evaluative Aspect, of, 11-14. Knowledge, Information and, 32. Meaning of, 5n, 10. Politics. Action as central to, 5-6. Agent. Centered approach to, 51-53. Characteristics of, 6. Consistency in, 33-38. Context. Of, 6-10, 59. Dimensions of, 15-16n. Emergencies and, 32-33. Idealized discus. Science versus, 4-5, 6-6. Modernity and, 63. Moralism in, 32-33. Morality in relation to, 40-42. Nature of, 40-41. Power in, 51-53. Reason in, 56. Traits valuable in, 14. See also Action. Political Judgment. Positivism, 52. Possibility, 123. Potsdam Conference, 10-11. Pound. Ezra, 131. Power. Concept of, 53. Freedom and, 57. Hard versus Soft, 39. Museums and, 116. Politics and, 51-53. Realism and, 39. Of Reason, 55. Of United States, 1-2, 20-23. Pragmatism, 152-53, 175. Princeton University, 156-57. Project for the New American Century, 7. Projects of Existence, 120, 122-26. Public Opinion, 19. Qadi Justice, 41. Al-Qaeda, 154. Rabelais, François, 71-72, 77, 153. Gargantua, 57-59, 61, 78. Pantagruel, 62, 78. Ramsey, Frank, 167-68, 179-80. Ramus, Petrus, 154-55. Rational Regression, 178. Rawls, John, 6n6, 45, 68, 77-78. Realism. Defy Ned, 30. Imagination Suppos. Edley absent from, X. Moralism versus, 38-39. Power and, 39. Reality. Amelioration of, V. Creation of, Vx. Invariability of, VV. Possible, ITY and, 123. Reason. authority of 55, freedom and 56, modernity and 63, morality and 53 to 56, politics and 56, power of 55, as rule, governed activity 53 to 54, universality of 54 to 55. See also knowledge, reflexivity, she 79, reform 172 to 73, regularities 47, Reed, Thomas 154, religion, enlightenment verses 109 to 10, Heidegger and 149 to 50, imagination, and 67 to 68. See also Catholicism, representation by political Geuss 2 to 3, Rice, Condoleezza 23, 28, right and rights, criterion for determining 44, justify cation of 44 to 45, Kant on 44 to 45, 54, 56, metaphysics of 43 to 60, as rules 48, Romanticism 127, Rome 43 to 44, Rorty, Mary 151, Rorty, Richard, Dick 102, 108, 151 to 63, Constructing Our Country 159, Rousseau, Jean-Jacques 65, Rules, as basis for behavior 45 to 49, 58 to 60, Establishment of 49 to 50, 52, Evaluation of 50, 52, following 46, 54, Freedom, and 58, Instantiation of 50, 52, Laws of Nature versus 47, Monastic 58, Morality, and 53 to 56, 58 to 60, 64 to 65, Reason and 53 to 54, Regularities versus 47, Society and 46 to 47, 49 to 52, Types of 48, Rumsfeld, Donald, 23, Russian, October, Revolution, 134 to 35, 139, Ryder, AFC, 107 and 30, Saint-Pierre, Henri-Jacques Bernardin de Paul in Virginia, 79, Saudi Arabia, 20, 34, Schlegel, Friedrich, 62 n. Lucinde, 79, Schneeberger, Guido, Nachles Zoo, Heidegger, 144, Schoenberg, Arnold, 114, Science, 112 to 13, Self, Culture and 89 to 90, Existentialism and 122 to 23, Knowledge and 103, Poetry, and 123 to 26. See also Subjectivity, Self-interest. See Interests. September 11, 2001 Attacks, Absence of Communication about 16, 154, Conceive, ing of 15, Effects of 15, Reasons for 20, Shibboleth, 133, 139, Simplicius, v. Skepticism, 85 to 86, 198 Index, Skinner, Quentin, 68, Slavery, 43 to 44, Social Democratic Party, SPD, Germany, 142, Society, Agent-Centered Approach to 50, 51, 60, The Novel and 79, Rule-Governed Approach to 46 to 47, 49 to 52, Socrates, 31, 105, Soft Power, 39, Spain, 23, Spanish Civil War, 133 to 35, 139, Special Relationship of Britain and United States, 24, 29, Spinoza, Baruch, 69, Spitz, René, 179, Stalin, Joseph, 135, Stalker, Phi LM, 151, States, Actions Open to 19, Imagination, and 68 to 69, Sovereignty of 63, Stifter, Adalbert, der Nachsummer, 79. Sterner, Max, 57. Strauss, David, 84. N. Subjectivity. Modern, 78. Novels and 79. See also Self. Tarkovsky, Andrei, 151. Taste, 108-10. Terrorism, 21-22. See also September 11, 2001 Attacks. Thatcher, Margaret. Ix. Theodicy, 174-84. Threats, 8-9. Thucydides, 14, 45, 51-52, 95. Town Fools Speeches, 142-47. Trusts, 113-14. Svitava, Marina, 127. United Fruit Company, 160. United Nations, 26. United States, British relations with 1-3, 7-10, 17, 20, 23-26, 29. Chinese relations with 27. Criticisms of 18. 159-62. Economy of 20-21, 27. Europe compared to 17-18, 27. Exceptionalism of 159. Global position of 2, 7, 20-23, 27, 161. Militarized foreign policy of 2, 7, 15-16, 18, 25, 27-28, 162. Political frustration in 19-20. Power of 1-2, 20-23. Self-image of 19-21. Universal Survey Museum, 110. Universities, politics of 156-57. U.S. Marines, 160. U.S. Steelworkers Chorus, 164-65. Utilitarianism, 175. Utopia, 129-31, 137. Valéry, Paul, 114-15. Virgil, M.P., 160. Wagner, Richard, 87, 88, 164-66. Warsaw Pact, 21. Weber, Max, 30, 40-41, 148, 170. Week of Fools, 142. Winnicott, D.W., 179-80. Wittgenstein, Ludwig, 12 n. 46, 50, 54. 114, 167-68, 181-82. Wolfowitz, Paul, 23. Wolf, Virginia, 38. Young Hegelianism, 158. Zimmermann, Hans Dieter, 144, 147, 149.